Well, after I actually press the correct button to make my microphones don't start working. Not stop working, even though I might as well be doing that as well. I didn't even know if that was a joke or not. I don't know, I'm just throwing out words as I am wont to do all the time. Maybe I should do that less. That's something that I wondered about a lot, honestly, because... I don't know. Apparently people are expected to talk quite a bit during these, and I like to imagine that I do, but I don't know how much of a difference that really makes. But anyway, before I went into that slightly tangential, somewhat existential diatribe, what was I about to say? I was about to say something about the obvious Sony Vegas keygen joke that you can make about the previous track, but then I completely lost my train of thought, so I didn't do that. But I can say something different now, such as hello to whoever may receive this message. It is me. I have returned for some span of time. Probably not gonna turn out to be as long of a span of time as I would have hoped today, given that I ended up starting like nearly an hour late as to my later projection, but that's perfectly fine, no doubt. It still ended up being, somewhat earlier, I think, than I have in the past. Which is probably not a great sign in and of itself, but something that I probably ought to at least try to do to make up for that is go ahead and speed this along a little bit by... Let's go to the screen. As before, I get the feeling that will be the more practical thing to do here. And let's try to get some VGM, which I am going to have to load from scratch pretty much again because of the whole power cut that I experienced yesterday, and my own inability to like constantly, shockingly, my own inability to constantly keep all of my content that I have up on here sort of updated with some kind of safety net. That might account for something like that, but yes. That is basically the gist of it. I don't know why I said that was basically the gist of it, since I didn't like concisely connect to anything that I had said beforehand, but I will attempt to have that be the case now as I bring these two things up. And completely ignore the very sudden intrusion of that Undertale sound. Namely, this is going to be a little bit of what we usually do, which is guessing a little bit of VGM from the Chase VGM maintained playlist and submissions thing. I can get the fuck out of the thing that I was looking at before this on my phone. Is there anything, just to get a quick look right now, is there anything on the top 13 tracks that show up here right at the beginning that I particularly regret being in those top 13 tracks, because it means that it will have to be skipped? Probably not. Nothing really comes to mind except for maybe Astera from Monster Hunter World, which is something that I guess I would know, but not a lot of people who play the Chase would, surprisingly enough. Oh, I guess I might as well go ahead and use that point as an opportunity to switch off of the thing. The actual local playlist, and switch over to this Monster Hunter World Astera, but I also need to take a look at not Balam Garden, which I've just queued up here, but rather this, which is a different Final Fantasy track, the Rebel Army from Final Fantasy II, which is a pretty good track in and of itself, but it happened to be the last of the actually visible tracks that show up at the top here. It will have to be skipped over, but yeah. Well, let me just go ahead and get straight into it. I feel like I probably need to actually do some kind of conscious effort to not talk as much, because I feel like a lot of what I say just turns out to be kind of devoid of meaning. So I don't know if that means that I should talk as much or just try to talk a little bit slower, or... God, I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't be having this conversation with myself just in the middle of this, but I am. Let me try to mitigate that by just cutting myself up right there and go straight into it. So 5 EDM tracks, starting with whatever it is after this in just a few seconds. Needs to look at layout by itself, I guess. Each one I will allow it to play for about a minute before I reveal what it is to myself and the stream. And tell only one person can guess. I guess that's about the gist of it, so let's begin. As soon as something actually becomes audible here. With this, yeah. This being something which... okay. Before I realized what I believe it is, I was going to say, well, what it is as far as the game, that is. So I'm, to be quite honest with you, not entirely sure on the track, but something that... Actually, no, I don't really have anything to add to this. As far as my own perception of it, I can recognize what game it's from, and that's about it. And, you know, certainly enough, it is actually from a game that I have streamed on here. I'm pretty sure at some point or another in the past, before like the major events from that game sort of stopped being a thing, because apparently they're just making room for the follow-up, which I don't even know at this point if I'm gonna want to play, even though I got the 2 games that came before that one. This being one of them, that should be probably ample information to figure out what this is. I say, even though there's just a couple of seconds left in the timer here, so it doesn't really matter. And now there are not, so now it doesn't matter at all. Yeah, this is Splatoon 2, I can tell you that much. I'm not too sure on the track though. I do find it a little bit weird that this got submitted into the chase before Splatoon 1, but it's probably just my own experience talking since. I'm pretty sure I do remember spending a little bit more time with Splatoon 1, probably owing to the fact that that was when I just kind of starting to get hooked into these types of games, and before I had played them so much to the point that I realized that it actually made me a lot more stressed than I did realize at first. Which, yeah, that was quite a revelation, but anyway. I could phrase it in a much more defeatist and gloomy way, but I suppose I will prevent myself from doing that right now. Okay. But yeah, I guess now that I've got actually nothing else to add to that, let's go ahead and skip over this track, which I have not actually said the name of this yet. This is Riptide Rupture. Another track name that really rings any bells for me, but I feel like the only ones that really would be the ones from Splatoon 1. That's how I really kind of hinted at, but anyway, yeah, next track here. Which is something I'm pretty sure, if I'm not wrong, will become very obvious in, yeah, just as this comes in. I mean, if there's anything I can say, as far as from the perspective of somebody who mostly plays these kinds of games, or hears the music from these kinds of games just because of the chase, due to my own complete and utter lack of experience with them, and probably interest as well, for that matter. I mean, I guess I am pretty appreciative of the fact that it just gives itself away completely with the lyrics. That's pretty much all I have to say on the matter. I was actually playing some Gartic Phone earlier today on the VGM quiz chat thing, because apparently that happened, and I don't know if that's a thing that happened with any kind of regularity, but it did seem like it happened very coincidentally while I was over there. And one of the things that I had to draw was like, I know that you committed the murder at Pumpkin Hill, Knuckles. I wonder what the others thought of that, because I don't really know, didn't really have any way to, like, gauge their reactions, given that I don't think there was any kind of chat or stream or anything like that that accompanied that game, or at least not one that I was aware of, or that I remained to be, well, if there is one and I wasn't aware of it then, I continue to be unaware of it now. That's probably the best way to express what I mean, but yeah. This is Sonic Adventure 2? Yeah, to look at that, because I don't even know, just as an instinctive thing, whether this is even 1 or 2. And this is a ghost. I can never tell if it's a ghost pumpkin's soup or if it's a ghost's pumpkin soup, but apparently, according to this upload at least, it's a ghost's pumpkin soup, which is a Pumpkin Hill theme. Maybe one day I'll actually play these games and know what the fuck the knuckles wrapping is all about. But yeah, go ahead and move on. I keep committing that for that much longer. I wonder what this could be though. I don't recognize it immediately, but it seems like it could at least maybe have an inkling of something familiar to myself. Yeah, I don't think I really have anything too concrete to guess on this one, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm just a little bit curious. It seems like it could be arcadey or maybe from a fighting game or something to that effect, but beyond that, I don't really know what I can guess. If it is from a fighting game, that in and of itself would probably account for the fact that I am completely ignorant of it, but I say that about a lot of things. There's no need for me to phone that in. Management minutes, I mean, I can't really think of anything more to say about this one, so let's just go ahead and take a look at what this is. This is... Well, apparently the first thing that I said was more proper than fighting gamey, meaning that, or, well, hold on, let me pause that because it's literally 1 second away from suddenly fading out and going over into the next thing. But yeah, that was apparently not so much fighting gamey, but it was arcadey. This is apparently Time Crisis 2. And I don't know if this has a name, but this upload just called this Track 14. And that is number 3, yeah, there's the middle track, so let's go ahead and see what the next couple of tracks will be, because that's what we got left on this little lineup. Oh boy. Well, I'm pretty sure that I know immediately what this is too, even though this is not the version that I've been listening to for most of the time. Ooh. And when did you know it? Apparently somebody in the one of the Discord servers that I'm in just asked if people want to play Gartic Phone, but I mean, maybe if I wasn't literally doing this right now. Maybe one day I should like try to set up this I don't know, some kind of more community-oriented thing on this channel with Gartic Phone and maybe other things. I mean, I've done shit like Drawful in the past. Probably should have done that after I realized that you actually have moderation options in those games, but you know. Oh well. Oh yeah, and I forgot to fucking start up the timer for this one, but I guess it doesn't matter because I can just look at this one, which just broke through the 1 minute mark. And I'll confirm what it is, which I already knew. This is from the Trials of Mana remake. Even though both the Trials of Mana remake and the regular original version of Trials of Mana are in the chase, apparently. Well, I say apparently, I know for a fact that they are. I guess that Trials of Mana remake, I saw that I got put an expansion sometime back. Okay, no, never mind. Everyone's technically not in yet, and this is apparently the only track from the remake version that would be put in the playlist so far, because that's a sample track for the expansion. Oh dear, this is called Swivel, but apparently... What the fuck? Apparently it's the Golden Road theme, according to this upload. I said what the fuck because I was looking at the submissions channel for the... Excuse me, the expansion channel for the chase, and apparently somebody put like the reaction of nice along with the numbers, even though that is... That's not how you vote. And apparently people are putting a bunch of votes into Mega Man the Wily Wars, which I find quite frankly baffling, but hey, you've already heard me, like, if not actively complaining, then at least making allusions to complaints before, so I'm like actually making a conscious effort now to stop myself from doing that. But yeah, this is track number 14, and it can go for like another 3 minutes if I don't stop it now. So let's hear this instead, which is another track which I'm pretty sure I already know, like, immediately what it is. I feel like I may not be 100% on the track itself. I'm like, I don't know, 90% on the track itself, but I definitely know the game. Mostly the soundtrack for this game, and not just this game, but this whole kind of range of games. The ones that are labeled worthwhile ones by, I suppose, not only myself, but a fair amount of people within this series that this was taken from. It feels like they always end up having a much more music than I actually remember from my own experience playing them, which, to be fair, has not really multiplied. I played them like once, blind on stream some time ago in the past, but then I never really returned to them after that, or to any other part of the series for that matter. I wonder if I should do that someday, but I feel like there's a lot of them I've played already of older games that I've never played before that apparently I need to hurry up and play by myself because literally everybody else on the planet has already played them, but at least I can't just... I can't quite say that about this one anymore. This one being Silent Hill 2 and this track being Forest. Apparently just Forest. I mean, the track is called Forest, but I don't remember if this would actually play in a forest or anything like that, because the only place that I can think of off the top of my head from Silent Hill 2 that would match the forest description would be like the very start of the game when you're walking in the fog, maybe. And it's supposed to be very obnoxious. Oh, goodness, no. And also, track from this game which I'm gonna skip. There we go. Got pitted against a different track in one of these, I suppose, perennially present popularity contest things. I forgot already how I started that sentence, but yeah, something from Pokken got pitted against Chrono Trigger basically, and it is not looking great, which I could say some kind of comment about reveals beyond a shadow of a doubt what my perception are on both of those things, but like I've been saying like many times over the course of the past few minutes here, I suppose I'm making a conscious effort to stop myself from doing so, so I won't. I'll actually hold that in this time. I was actually editing some public internet pages some time back, and it was in relation to an idiom that actually exists in Spanish, which roughly translates, if you translate it literally, as flies don't go into a closed mouth. And the meaning of that is that you shouldn't say things that you would regret later. So I guess I'm actually making a slightly more of a conscious effort than usual to try and be an example of that myself. Try and force myself to become an example for that, but yeah. Let's see here. I would just click on a couple of different things in the background here, see if this helps at all. This helps at all with a slight thing that I am kind of running in the background, which hopefully you're almost entirely certainly will not really end up affecting the stream in any possible way, but hey, you never know. Trying to keep things running more or less smoothly. But yeah, I mean, it probably doesn't really matter on account of the fact that I'm not even going to be running the game that I'm actually playing today off of the computer itself. It's going to be a capture card thing, but yeah, you never know. Anything that does actually have any kind of connection to the computer itself is a bit of my concern. I'm saying all these things while also remaining extremely vague as to what exactly I am referring to. Ooh. I guess we can continue to listen to this Subcon Village track from Head in Time, by the way, which I suppose I didn't clarify that what it was, even though I suspect that it wasn't necessarily that big of a deal, while I just go completely silent trying to think of a response to a message that I feel inclined to address at this very moment. That probably won't remain the case for long. And I suppose while I'm waiting for that, I can change a few different things. I probably change this browser window to be over here. I've actually fade this out. I feel like it's gonna be the more sensible thing to do right now. Oh, hold on. When I hear this part, I actually like this part. Like the theremin in this part. Like the theremin in Hat in Time. Something that I greatly appreciate about this soundtrack, that it seems to be one of the few soundtracks in recent history that remember that theremins exist. Ah, there we go. Very Mario Sunshine, Thousand Year Door, assorted other games from that kind of time period and genre inspired, but you probably knew that already if you know about that game. Let me return to this local OST, or not OST, but it's not an OST, it's literally ripped from a bunch of different places. I didn't create any of this, but it's a playlist. Let's see. Anyhow, do I have anything to say that's actually related to the whole actually being here thing? At the moment, let me see. Well, I mean, yeah, I probably should make something. Make something, is that what I said? I should probably say something to make it clear that I'm actually switching over to the game right now. Both category-wise and actually making it show up on stream-wise, but I am apparently my own reticence to... my own reticence to speak any more than necessary at this moment. The wires off of this wireless controller, which is wireless most of the time, except when I have to use wires to actually get the battery to recharge. Okay. But we should be able to see something now. Let's click this button and see what exactly I can expect. And apparently what I can expect is... This thing should have updated, right? I think it did update. Let me just go ahead and click this. Maybe that'll make a difference. And what else? There's really not much else. I'll just go ahead and get straight into things, which I probably should do if I want to like finish up 1 or 2 days by the end of today, which ideally would be what I'm aiming for. But for now, let me do exactly that. But the first thing that I would have to do is a couple of things. First, do this real quick to ensure that everything is in sync, and then fade this out real quick and crosscode. I was actually running an instance of my own customized copy of something that probably not even anyone who's going to be able to hear this will know what I'm talking about. But there is a bot on a server that is adjacent to the Chase VGM that was specifically made to like run a guessing game on Discord, drawing from the Chase VGM playlist, and the person who made that bot basically also provided some how do I phrase this? Some supplies to like create your own customized version of that bot with a customized playlist that it runs off of, and I pretty much did that myself. And my custom playlist being made up of stuff that I would want to submit into the Chase VGM. And I was running a little bit of that with an updated version of that playlist earlier today. And one of the games that I have on that playlist is Crosscode, but for some reason the bot was doing that thing where apparently whatever it picks is completely random, but it has the possibility of repeating things that it has played in the past. So there were like a few songs that did like 4 or 5 times or even more over the course of that like hour or so that I was testing it for. Whereas I think Crosscode only showed up like once or twice at the most. I think only once. I think it only played one song, and it wasn't the one that I was playing just now, but it was the one song from Crosscode, even though much like pretty much every other game on that thing. It has 5 separate samples. But anyway, we're back into Shibuya. And this looks like it's about to be mastered. It doesn't evolve, does it? No, it doesn't. And I guess these two are freshly put into those slots. This one might also be about to, well, not evolve, be mastered. I don't know which of those I said, but to top out its experience gauge, basically.
Gotta focus.
But yeah, previously on The World Ends With You, Neo, we were... yeah, there we go. Might as well also deal with this to get warmed up for what we're gonna be doing today, I suppose. So yeah, previously, the Reaper lady, who was like Shoka's mentor, ended up going crazy and infecting herself with like spooky depression-inducing noise or something to that effect. And she went into her like spooky Uber Reaper transformation, and we had to kill her. And very unfortunate, but now we're on the day after that. After we have also figured out how to deal with the spooky cellophane noise. Which we're not quite able to challenge of our own volition so far though. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with right now. And what we're doing right now is apparently on this day, the third day of the third day of the final week. The third day of the third week. These two things should mean the same thing. I don't know why I'm complicating them. Oh, whoops. I should actually be charging this one up. I'm doing everything in a very, very disorganized kind of way. Oh, there we go. So apparently if you... I was kind of curious about that, whether or not the chameleon noise are vulnerable to attacks even when they're invisible. And apparently the answer is yes, yes they are. Just need to like actually hit on the range where they are. I was saying something about like trying to do a quick recap of what had happened in this day so far, but I completely lost my train of thought, so I'll probably just wait until after this battle has concluded to try and retake that up. There we go.
Damn, guess I ain't on my game.
Okay. Apparently we ended up getting some new pins that we hadn't seen before. Let's take a look at that. Let's see if I can see this pin that we just mastered, which I guess is an Uber pin, and see if we can swap it out for something else that probably is something else from the same... what's the word? The same input type that is also an Uber pin, which we probably have. We have this one, yeah. You know, big surprise. And I guess we're probably gonna end up going for that one unless we see something else, which I don't, so let's just go for that one. But yes, for what was happening, which I guess we're gonna be dealing with next.
We're going again.
Apparently we woke up in the future, or Rindo woke up in the future, like at the end of the day. And he doesn't remember like what happened any point before that, but he's the only one that forgot, so... There might be some kind of spooky noise that's causing amnesia. So we traveled back to a couple of different points to try and piece together what happened before, and now I suppose we're gonna continue to do that probably. If I remember, I guess we're meeting with somebody else that might have been attacked by that noise that causes amnesia, or... But I remember maybe in this case causes him to like turn against his allies or something.
Lord Rindo.
It might be that guy. Trying to get me killed, you psycho, he says. Boy. It requires a tremendous amount of bravery, and not just because of the whole it's difficult to approach other people meme. Even though that might very well play into it. I'm here because I turned back time, yeah. God, this reminds me of that one serialized story by H.P. Lovecraft where it just makes it very, very clear at the start of every... It has to make it very, very clear at the start of every installment that there's a serial, and it does that by recapping absolutely everything that happened before. So I guess we have to do this as well, in a manner of speaking. Traveling back in time bit by bit to figure out what happened. Gotta tell everyone to meet us here. We might need backup in a fight against the noise inside that guy. Let's see, I think in the original timeline that we saw of this day, we only met up like at the end of the day. I'll find you if it's the last thing I do. But now we're changing things so that we end up meeting up and staying together a lot farther back in time.
Really?
How shall we deal with the noise? Is it gonna be the special cellophane noise too? Plague noise. After all that happened. I alone am up to this task. She's not even going to deny that this time. Shut your mouth before your brain falls out. Now she's just gonna do the stupid catbot face. Smugness. Although I am to bear bad news, it appears the player we were after has vanished while we were speaking. Oops. I am gonna lie. I'm supposed to be very conscientious about what I'm about to say because I've been repeating to myself. Yes, I know. That's why I want to go into a restaurant. Thank you very much. I've been telling to myself all day that, yeah, I need to not just lash out against things that I don't like. If they're not kind of thing that is worth complaining about, but...
Time to... And now we feast.
Let's eat, yo.
Loki, I kind of love
I'm
this.
finna have seconds.
But I mean...
See you again soon.
I can't just say something like this and then build up to something that I'm probably gonna follow it up with and then not say anything, right? So I might as well just mention that in my book, right, this is not something that I expect to apply to even to everyone or even a lot of people, but in my book, smugness is always a point against somebody, especially if they express it outwardly like that.
Whoa.
I mean, this guy certainly doesn't seem to have that problem. What is that dude steal? I mean, couldn't we have just done the same thing that apparently we managed to do yesterday? Which is do the mind dive into the guy's mind even if he is completely aware of our presence and all that stuff and doesn't want it done, because apparently once Nagi decides that she's gonna mind dive, apparently whoever's getting it done to them can't do anything to actually resist. That seemed to be the implication, given that the target that we did it to before seemed like a much more high-stakes target. Nobody no normal noise, but it still seems almost evil, yo. I guess even more overtly evil than the plague noise that we've dealt with so far, both in the generic encounters and also as part of the boss battle yesterday. Or the build-up to what would eventually become the boss battle, I guess. Maybe he's just hiding where we can't see him. But rage isn't all his, it's more a product of the noise than anything. I mean, could they visibly hide by turning down their emotions in the UGs? Is like more UG sorcery, or just a matter of speaking. And yeah, apparently something's up with Fred, because the first vision that we got of this day, I wouldn't you know it is touching the trash can. Apparently we can't just read him now. I guess we can just dive there immediately, and sure, let's do it, since apparently we're slightly above the car even. But yeah, the first thing that we saw this day was like Fred going crazy and attacking the good dudes, so... I wonder if that's gonna be addressed, or if we're just like implicitly doing all that we are doing right now, specifically to avoid that at the end of the day. Or if there's something that we have to do much earlier on in the day to have that be, make a difference. Okay, well, I've used up all of my... oh Jesus. All of my psych charges, and this dude is still here. How very unfortunate. And I didn't even like do any combo sync stuff. Ooh, I will still have this. Oh shit. And I'm wasting the charge that I have with Shoka. How about? Not for terribly long, at least.
We've got this in the bag.
Where'd all my teammates go? So maybe he's not actually aware of what he's doing, like, at the top layer of this. It's not terribly clear. I'm also not seeing, like, what noise is actually the noise that's supposed to be the life-draining noise, which kind of leads me to believe that it's probably going to turn out to be, yeah, a chameleon noise. What a jape. know what, let's just deal with the chameleon noise and the rest of these things with special. The 300% special. It's probably gonna be the best option for us at this point. And yeah, focus on the chameleon first. It's probably gonna be the biggest pain in the ass to actually deal with. If we don't rely on the special remnants themselves to do the trick. It's not only gonna be 2 rounds though, is it? That would be kind of unprecedentedly simple.
Our party is equipped to win.
Otherwise, it's gonna be at least 3 rounds. Okay, here we got one of these things. One of these shiny self-end noise. Now we should focus on this thing first. On the old blowfish. Oh shoot. And of course we ended up doing that a little too late to actually combo that up. I'll tell you what else is new.
No big.
Okay, there. I think we're done with that guy at least, but we also got blown up by the giant blowfish, even though it must have been by the blowfish itself, because otherwise I can't really see an explanation for what I have witnessed over there. Yeah, I'll have the rest of my group back, thanks very much. Ooh. Okay, some of this stuff probably could have been timed better.
That went pretty well.
But hey, you ended up with a pretty good amount of groove at the end of that, all things considered. And there we go, that's the end of the
Don't
thing.
distract me next time.
I don't know exactly what we're gonna have to do to freaking get even a silver ranking there to be able to do that much faster, but evidently I get the feeling that it's gonna be stuff that I'm just not really realistically able to produce right now. Did end up getting a few new pins though. It was just one of each. And the giant bomb pin is now mastered, so still just a bunch of symbols. I guess being freed of the evil, spooky noise possession wasn't enough to be able to enable him to... I just said the same thing twice in a row, didn't I? Oh well, I do that. To enable him to talk normally. Aren't you the wicked twisters? Just now, why did I think you were out to get me? Perhaps his perception of his own leader was similarly distorted. This is the noise's doing, no doubt about it. There's nothing to worry about. I took care of the noise for you, so now... You just told us to stay away from each other, what, so the noise couldn't spread? I thought that the whole stay away from each other thing was actually suspicious. It feels like that would actually end up making them more vulnerable to, you know, being attacked by the noise, but...
Perhaps.
They are at last beginning to understand the events occurring around us. Those under the influence of the noise may come to view anyone in their vicinity as enemies. And they had to split up so they wouldn't attack each other. So I guess that's what happened to Fred in the end of day scene. He might already been infected here, I don't know.
Come on.
Such deflection only makes her affection all the more obvious.
Huh.
Oh, didn't know you felt that way about her. I guess he's just gonna come out and say it. She's an incredible lady and incredibly beautiful, of course. Not to mention smart, strong, dependable, dazzling. But she's on a whole nother level, yo. And she knows it too. No wonder she treats me like I'm just a kid. Can't believe I was speaking to you. Oh, how is that not directed at me? I guess she's just talking to herself, maybe. Or she isn't, but she's still coming up with the whole denying it shtick. Maybe the same thing happened to him as this variability, yeah. It is something that must needs be deduced by oneself.
So,
Like the whole thinking everyone's out to get you thing. She just slid in there from the fucking head of the screen. I don't think we've seen anything like that before. Wasn't rampant hostility supposed to be a symptom of Shibuya syndrome? I would explain that guy on Cat Street. So I'm actually here because I turned back time. I guess I hadn't mentioned that yet. Or at least to her. Could you fill me in on who you're talking about? There's a bunch of stuff I can't remember for some reason. Seems you can't jog my memory while I'm time traveling. How inconvenient. We ran into these two guys earlier. One was completely out of it and the other was throwing some kind of fit. Seemed like he knew them actually. I mean, could this be somebody that we know that we haven't actually met yet or something? Also I hear a pig noise, so let's see what we can do with that. Actually, before we deal with the pig noise, let's go ahead and swap this out. This one did not have the possibility of evolving. Let's see if we can swap it out for something else that at least looks like it might be worthwhile. This one maybe? I don't think we had this one before. Shrapnel rounds. No evolution, and we have not mastered it, so might as well go for that one. Let's see. I'm not really seeing any potentially better alternatives. And that does freeze up one of the European slots, so maybe we can take advantage of that right now, except we don't really need to just now, so... let's see... I'm pretty sure that that pig is gonna be up on the roof of the place here. That we can teleport up to, so let's try to do that. And see if we can't deal with it.
Guess I could go a round or two.
I foresee no difficulties.
Oh boy, we're gonna have to deal with the whole beat him at the same time shtick again, which is not something I'm particularly looking forward to. Frankly, I just suck at dealing with that.
Leave it to you. So then what are you gonna do?
Okay, especially considering how apparently it's gonna be quite difficult to build up combos with this dude over here. Okay. See if we can't turn these two fuckers together and just take care of them with this. That'll have to do the trick. Come on. Yeah, can we please also aim for that one? Why is that one so difficult to aim for? No, apparently we... Jesus fucking Christ, that thing was literally impossible to target. The white one.
Let's keep it up. Perfecto.
Let's see. I just hit this thing with the other bomb stuff. That's probably too much time between the two of them for this shit to actually work. Nope, somehow got all of its health back. I mean, we know why it got all of its health back, but it didn't get all of its health back because of the thing that I consider justifiable in this case. It really feels like what I did before, what I did first, even enough to prevent that from happening. Well, looks like we're gonna have to try this again one more time. Again, one more time, yes. I'm totally not just continuing to say the exact same thing twice in a row for no reason. Can we please? Yeah, actually, we're gonna blow these targets into the far side of the arena. If we're gonna throw these things to the far side of the arena, at least move in such a way that we're gonna be able to follow them to where they are and deal damage. Rest in peace would probably would be easier. Okay. Now let's target this fucker next. Okay. Can we please, actually get over there. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Is this supposed to be just the white pig? That's like all that we say about this one right now. I want the white pig to not have fucking full health when I do this. Okay, where's the black pig? Probably fucking got his health back too, because these fucking things make no sense. Alright, come on, let's do it now. I thought maybe, but no, apparently we ran out of time. Wouldn't you know it, because it's not a great model for fighting, considering that we can only hurt these things in a very... Christ. You can't hurt them very quickly. That's pretty much what I tried to say there. And I have no idea when the fuck this thing got all of its health back, or if it's somehow able to get health back just by waiting, which would be even more horrible. More horrible circumstance to deal with than it already is. Okay, is this thing already half dead? Okay, these things are both half dead. Let's try to make this shit work. Let's just take a look at what their health bars look like. Oh, we can't tell, basically. Is that enough? There, Jesus Christ.
Could have been worse.
I don't know about you, but it seems to me that the only way that I'm gonna be able to consistently kill the, those types of pigs. I feel like the first time that I encountered those types of pigs, it was early enough in the game / they were weak enough that we didn't necessarily have to rely on anything like that. But pretty much every single one after that, you pretty much got no chance of actually syncing up their death unless you go that coordinated 300% sync. And you time it properly. Can't just pop it when they're both at full health, that won't work. I'm to try and work out exactly what happened here. Could it have happened to somebody that I knew? Oh yeah, so, I mean, we all knew Ryoji, I guess. I don't know about the other guy. He has been in such a slump lately. Can't bring myself to do any work. It's not like you do any work to begin with. You aren't still taking on those sketchy jobs, are you? I haven't seen you in a while, bro. You busy? I guess he didn't see the other guy in front of him before he started talking. You can try and dodge a question all you like, Ryoji, but honestly I think you'd be better off cutting ties with that stuff and going clean like I did. It was a job, I ain't picky. Not like I've been getting much of that kind of work lately, anyway. Like there ain't a whole lot of anything going on around here right now. Except people being possessed by evil, spooky animal spirits and becoming violent, I guess. Well, everything seemed normal enough with them at least, because I can cross them off my list. Although that stuff he said about Shibuya being down in the dumps might be worth looking into. Well, wouldn't you know it? Must have bumped into Shoga over here. You know that guy or something? What, Ryoji? I mean, I'm pretty sure that he wouldn't be the only person on the team that knows him, like I said.
Hey.
I guess she wouldn't.
Yeah.
Has he syndrome me out or anything? Apparently we don't think so, but I feel like we can't just judge based on a single glance. He did say something about Shibuya being in a slump. I guess the people in the RG are more perceptive than they look. Wink, wink. I guess it's just supposed to be like a backhanded thing.
What's the matter?
Learned some stuff about the future. I'm probably not the best person to ask. My memory's been kind of hazy today, so I've been going back in time to figure out what happened, which is why I'm here right now.
Excuse me?
You didn't even know why you lost your memories. I got the feeling that it's connected to that new type of noise, but I'm not totally sure yet. What about yesterday? I remember yesterday just fine, it's today that's the problem. Glad you remember yesterday at least. Well,
Whatever.
she was supposed to like say that in a low voice or something. What are you gonna do now? Can't help you out if you're gonna look around here. We're supposed to be flying solo today. Even though that doesn't really make sense for like us as a group. Considering that we're the ones who actually have the ability to cleanse that mental noise. Or at least one of us does. There's an zero chance I might bump into that noise sometime soon, so let's round out the team even earlier than we already have multiple times. Something's supposed to happen, so no matter what that something ends up being, I'm gonna make sure we're all together for it. Yeah. I mean, that kind of raises the question of why they agreed to split up at all at the beginning of this. So let's take a look. We don't got a pig on this screen by the looks of things.
Let's move.
Maybe we should stop by one of these places and that guy you're talking about. Oh. I feel like I know who it is. It's gotta be him. It sounded just like Ryoji. Wait a minute. It was fine when I saw him just now. What was the second thing he said? I was just wondering who that could be, the one acting weird. I mean, he looked just like Ryoji, just like at least one of them did. I don't know what the other guy's deal was.
Welcome.
But goodness, it's time to go ahead and sell off a few things. We can finally actually sell off one of these things, and we also have like the bonus that we got from the social network at some point where we can actually get a bit of added value on each pin that we sell, so we'll go ahead and start exploiting that now. I don't think we did that at all yesterday. The feeling that just like in the past, it's gonna be a bunch of these monochrome pins that end up having a bunch of dupes here. At least we got plenty of money thanks to this kind of a mixture of circumstances. Certainly not what I could have said the previous day when I tried to do a thing. Trying to like level up some of these shopkeepers by spending a bunch of money, but apparently I didn't have enough money to do that without that being a problem. But now it might be. Let's see. I can actually start trading shadow matter for stuff like this, but what's the special thing? Greatly increases defense. I get the feeling that there might be some stuff that's probably a better idea to trade that for, so maybe not right now. I'd like you to buy nothing. Well, you don't know me at all. I do that all the time. Maybe Hogfang will be different.
Welcome.
In trade for this with Shadow Matter and Debarian. What does this one do? Threat defense boost 3. It's probably not inconsiderable, but at the same time, we can also buy a retro-esque boombox. I wonder if that actually works. You can only play and record audio in any format, but it responds to your voice and connects to Wi-Fi too. I mean, for what purpose? To have like an alternative source of radio? Region 3 though, but yeah, we can't really use it because we need a whole lot of style to be able to pull that off. It's definitely out of our range right now. Makes me think of the US. That doesn't seem like something that would inspire love, at least in me, but hey, guess you never know.
What do you think?
Seems like we probably should at least try to grab one of these then. Healing enemies, stunned foes. Not this one. Shoes are apparently still a problem as far as style being out of our reach. Just 1 point out of threat's reach right now. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll maybe grab this one. Pretty much just grab it right now.
Thanks, pal.
I wonder if we can go into the next shop at the end of the street before triggering like another scene. Apparently we can, because we need to actually interact with those guys. Hello. Black honey chili cookie here. Have we bought anything from here? I think we have bought something from here, yeah, but this is like one of the shops with the pricey shit. I don't even need that much style to wear this thing, so it's kind of attractive, but we can't afford it, admittedly enough.
You can really feel the quality.
Honestly, I kind of want that one, yeah. I think we're gonna be spending that kind of money right now. What's going on with this dude? Whoa. That's a Varia Beauty and Ryoji. Wait, so the other guy that he was talking to before was a Varia Beauty? I didn't think that was. Doesn't he look a little out of it to you? He appears to have been standing still, looking at his surroundings for a while now. Okay, so that's not just like a still frame thing.
You.
Did you find any noise today? Must defeat cannon? No, I guess he also got infected by the spooky noise. And I mean, maybe the people from the RG that are cursed with that noise are spreading it to the players in the UG or something like that. Becoming a jack of all trades was a mistake, and nothing but a trash of all trades. That's what I am. Apparently he slapped the other dude. Well, we still don't know who that is. Why am I even here? Well, it's just a dark grey mess. Dude, same.
This sucks.
I mean, TWEWY definitely can't monopolize these sorts of feelings, is what I would say. Time to investigate that swine, but at the same time to cleanse Ryoji's mind. I mean, perhaps that could turn out to be bizarrely prophetic if, for some completely inexplicable reason, we end up having to fight like a big noise here.
Awful affliction.
Probably won't be the case though. Just making stuff up. Ooh.
Get in my way and get shredded, yo!
No, I don't think penguins are swine, and that's what that symbol looks like to me right now.
This'll be easy.
Just swapped something out in my pin deck, didn't I? What was it? Was it the... Oh, never mind, I haven't actually swapped something out since the last time that I actually remember changing anything there, which was when I was fighting the pig noise, so... I think we have everything that we need to worry about. Perfectly clear. It's like a million too. Oh no. It's not a chameleon, it's just that apparently for some reason probably owing more than anything to my own lack of attention. A few of the noise in that particular encounter seemed like they blended into the background a bit.
Victory is all but assured.
As I said, I can probably just chalk that up to me being blind. It's like I am playing the game blind, as I have not played it before. Jesus. Something that I probably shouldn't be blind to, though, is the fact that I'm very, very steadily dying. Because I'm not being very good with my trying to not get hurt by the noise thing, even when I am very much aware that the ones in this encounter are probably going to be more harmful, more damaging. Guess we did manage to get a little bit of health back, though. Wonder how that worked, given that I don't think I saw anything after we beat the healthy noise that would have resulted in us actually getting health back. Let's see if I can finish off this round with without using the special, if I manage to charge it all the way up to 300. I get a feeling that if there is another round after this one, probably will make more sense to use the healing that comes with the 300 special being unleashed. Probably will make more sense to use it on that one, but like I said, I'm not quite sure if that's going to be a thing. Well, better to be preventive. Okay, we got the 300 fully charged up, so I guess that's definitely going to be an option. If there is another round. Ooh. Oh shoot, there's another one. Guess we forget about that one. Actually, maybe not. I mean, there clearly is going to be another round, as we can see right now.
Got nothing better to do.
Oh shit. I thought maybe it might be a better idea to wear whatever's going to be in here down a little bit first before we pop these threats. After seeing this thing, I no longer think that's a great choice. Oh Jesus. Apparently even unleashing this whole attack on this thing at the very start of the fight is not going to be enough to ensure that it's not a threat. Instead we're just gonna... oh shit. Try to not get hit as we unload our entire psych charge on this thing. Ooh, yeah, please. Come on. It's got just a sliver of health left, please. Oh god. Wait, do we get another round after that one? Okay, that's surprising, but I guess that also accounts for why I was actually able to get gold rank at the end of the previous one. Since I suppose that's not really something that I come to expect as a given anymore. I guess no, I don't want to fight the scorpions yet, if there's another wolf left. Be sure that whenever there's wolves present, that's the first thing you want to deal with properly here. Any one of these encounters. Well, they are in fact down, yeah. Let's deal with things are actually gonna be draining our move build up quite actively. What the fuck? What's going on? Are we getting... oh, someone's doing like a... one of those guys is doing like a fucking pincer combo on us. I don't think I saw any scorpions doing anything like a pincer combo before, but... oh. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna be able to actually get to the 100% based on the fact we've been poisoned by one of these things. I guess we might as well pop this in light of that. So let's do whatever we can. It's gonna be their best bet at this point.
Too close for comfort.
It was in fact too close for comfort, but I guess we at least got to the end of it, and we didn't even get their worst possible rank, which honestly is definitely a win in my book at this point. We got 4 whole Fippers to add to the collection, and even more new pins that we haven't seen before. And I guess we might put some of those pins into commission in our deck right now, given that we get a bunch of mustard pins right now. Feels like the weight of the world's been lifted off my shoulders. Still don't feel like doing anything though, you know. Same. And it's also a statement that I can find relatable. You know what, I'm gonna change jobs. Just like that. Just gonna throw that statement out to the winds and actually follow up with it. Think we've fixed him? I don't know. I mean, we took out the noise just fine, but he's still him. But yeah, this guy still has a problem. Do we have to do like a second lap to take care of him?
I hate this.
The noise moved from him into Ryoji. Oh, so it was the opposite of what I suspected before. After it basically sucked this poor guy's soul dry. I mean, apparently he didn't sell his suck enough to the point where he's not gonna be able to say, I hate my team leader and I'm gonna turn against the people who helped me before. I mean, being afraid of it makes sense, but just hanging back and not being able to actively counter it doesn't seem like a good solution either. Parasite that moves from host to host, ruining each vessel as it goes. Message she sends got me worried sick. Really hope she's okay. It's all coming back to me. Carol messaged us at the start of the day. Right after I had that vision of Fred, and yeah. I mean, we only know that because we've actually seen the record of that.
Let me think this through.
That message on the phone. Not because we remember that in earnest, but I guess this thing is also mastered now. That was pretty quick. But that also frees up another Uber pin slot, so... I don't know, can we change to something else with the same psych that would give us attack up? I guess that's probably what I would want to do at this point. Keep Rindo with the whole do nothing, but just keep on slashing at close range attack. I guess we could try this one maybe, but this one isn't even that type of same type of pin, but I guess we might as well go for it. Can't think of anything else, so we got a few of these Uber pin slots opened up right now. We can swap any of those in. Train fall down. And that one might evolve, might mutate actually, that's what those symbols mean. Guess we're gonna stick with that one, though we could also use this one, I don't know. I might as well try this one first, since apparently this one's going to evolve faster. This one is not done, but this one is done, so we're probably gonna swap in one of the Uber pins that use the C shoulder button or trigger. It's not really a trigger on the Switch, but you know. It's also not the shoulder button that's closer to your face as you hold the controller. Could go back to this one, which apparently will not evolve, and yeah, you know what, might as well go ahead and do that too. This one also did manage to get mastered. After what seems like forever, so maybe we can swap in a different Uber pin that has the R inputs, if we have any of those. Would we have any of those? I guess it would be before L somehow. If we do have them. Do we have them? We have a couple, yeah. We have this one and we have this one, and apparently neither of them are particularly strong compared to the one that we've been using this whole time, or maybe they just need to evolve. I don't know. But yeah, let's switch to one of these again. Shit, I just realized that the pin that Fred has right now is an Uber pin. Didn't even realize that. Hey, this fits perfectly with our limitations right now. So do we want to use this one? for that one. They both grow very slowly, you know, big surprise. Maybe we should use L instead. And overpin with the L input. How does this one do? Doka Doka Panic is a chain that chases your target at nearby enemies. And they can poison the enemy and they can mutate, and we've been having this for quite a long time, so might as well just give it a try. I think we're good like this. So time to continue moving along to the next point in this reverse timeline. 10 o'clock Center Street at the beginning of the day. To conclude our completely backwards foray in time. This one chapter. Looks like I'm back at the beginning. Day 3. I mean, do we get a mission or something? Or are we just running away from the noise the entire time?
Come on! You can't!
This is today. Fret.
Screw you!
Ow. Huh? Fret?
Yeah.
What happened?
Fred, what are you doing?
I already know this is what's going to happen today. I saw it myself. This is real.
Well, it didn't seem like a loading screen or anything, but... Now we're back to actual written dialogue instead of that actual voiced cutscene, so... I suppose at this point in time he sees that scene as an actual vision instead of I suppose seeing it for real, which is ironically enough what happened at the beginning with the end of the day. This is just kind of a weird narrative to actually try to talk about casually, but it must have gotten too close to canon, so does that mean that the noise was affecting canon first? And maybe we can try to prevent that, unless we're also gonna have to fight her, which would be surprising at this point. Because if there was like, if there does somehow turn out to be like a canon enemy entry, then that wouldn't be lumped in with the rest of the player enemies that we've fought so far. Does that mean that this bizarre evil-inducing possession noise is actually affecting the variabilities already when this message comes through? If one of them gets you, it could, oh boy. Could make you think someone's after you or mess with your memories. Or is that like a character limit in its message? Having a bit of a hard time trying to figure out what that groan was about. Let's still make it if I act fast though. Thanks for the tip, XOXO. Take care of it myself, some of my beaters have already been beaten. Oh boy. And it's already the beginning of the day, so it doesn't feel like there's really that much we can do about it. There's nothing I can do to help. No one has any idea where she is, so...
What's up?
I mean, in light of that, what is the plan?
Huh?
Do not run off on your own. You can tell that you will because I've traveled back in time, but... I suppose I'm not gonna mention that at this point in time quite yet. Yesterday's act is gonna be a tough one to follow. Such a heart-wrenching goodbye. Almost enough to make you cry, even though that technically wasn't even part of the express plan to have that Reaper killed. I was so moved by your performance, I sent you a little thank you present. Some very special noise are underway to heat up your day. You'll be sure to give them a warm welcome. And with that, I bid you adieu. Well, we already, or at least Rinder already knows what the special noise is, but... Still not very clear what we're gonna decide to do, in light of all the knowledge that we've gathered so far. We have to meet up in Ice, all of us, no exceptions. I mean, you could probably be a bit more forward about what you know if you want to
Let's have a look.
actually get a result from that. Oh boy, and apparently there's also a pig noise on this
Focus.
screen at this point in time, but
Let's have a look.
I guess it's not actually on the top of the building this time, which means that maybe it's
Gotta focus.
in the back alley.
Let's have a look.
Or at least somebody else, or not somebody else, somewhere else that's not too obvious.
Gotta focus.
I see it on the edge of the screen there, like in that truck. Yeah, that is the pig noise. But apparently I can't get the pig noise's attention without also getting the attention of that rhino noise. Never mind.
You got a lot of nerve
I
taking
guess I just got unlucky before. I just hope that the gimmick for this one doesn't turn out to be the same as the last one. I'm honestly
Got this in the bag.
not wanting to. Okay, oh boy, we got 3 colors of noise this time. So which of these attacks is gonna? Oh shit. Okay, yeah, this is like one of the worst possible psychs that we could be using right now, I think, for the what the fuck? What's with these pigs though? Are they like bombs? There's only one red pig left, and the ones that aren't like those weird bomb pig variety, but
How's that? Let's keep it going. Are we awesome or what?
okay. Okay, I thought there was just gonna be like a third color to be aware of and changing the color of the other ones, but apparently it was just like they're just there to be an additional nuisance to get in your way when you're trying to do the rest of that. I don't know. Let me take a quick look at the noise report just to see if they show up there now. Well, we also got Tradish Frog. Didn't think that we had seen the Tradish Frog in like regular noise battles yet, but I guess because we fought, I think, some recolor version of them in the dive, they've actually showed up in the whatchamacallit, the noise report now. Yeah, apparently during that dive, which I couldn't tell what color they were because it was a dive and they're just like blended into the environment. We got that, and we got Headbanging Grizzly, which I don't think was a grizzly type that was in the first game, oddly enough. Anything else that I wasn't aware of before? Let's see. Well, this one, Pig Jive. It self-detonates at regular intervals, even damage its allies, so be sure to send it flying before it can explode nearby. That didn't seem to be too much of a problem there, but maybe it will be later on. There's more pig encounters later in this week. Poisonous attacks are, yeah, massive pain, because I'm pretty sure that if you get hit with a Selvane Scorpion's poison, that pretty much means that you can't, straight up can't get 300%.
We'll change our fate.
It's just continually lowering your groove. All the info I could, just gotta share it with everyone else, so I sure am glad that my efforts are being directed here, because now that I would know to come back here by myself, if I had the option of like all the different points of the day. It's time. Need to get to some drinks and see how things have turned out. Got a text from Cannon. Gotta go take on her and get back to you. Oh gee. So I guess that he didn't actually listen to that's why he went to go see her. Didn't actually listen to what Windows said at the beginning of the timeline in this universe. You got info on the noise centimeter at Spain Hill. Let's move it up before we do anything. Come here first, yeah. Is he actually gonna do that? Is he actually gonna do that? I wonder if that little fucking sticker can be trusted. I would kind of call him over after warning us to stay away. I mean, it's probably because she's also possessed by the Bizarro noise, which doesn't really bode well for what's going to follow now. Yeah, where's Fred? If he's not here yet, okay. That's probably not a great sign. Are you still Future Window? Yep, okay. can change the feature at last. Maybe, possibly.
Lord Rindo.
Depending on if threat is actually in an acceptable state at this point. It behooves us to take note of the new noise's unique characteristics. What happens if you're hit by the new noise's attacks? You lose some of your memories and also... Also, if you get possessed, I guess,
Right.
you start becoming hostile towards everyone, though it's not clear if that's the exact same noise that causes those effects.
Fascinating.
Incurring one of its forceful attacks can cause partial amnesia, something you know all too well. The next issue, what happens to a subject unlucky enough to be possessed by the beast? They become, you view everyone as your enemy.
Right.
Come again?
They can possess and delude their victim into believing they are surrounded by foes. Most terrifying indeed. Yet there remains one more matter we must discuss. How does the possessed change after their encounter with the noise? Well, I guess it's TWEWY syndrome, but I guess that would only really apply if the possessed is somebody who's in the RG.
Indeed.
You know, Shibuya syndrome progresses rapidly after they are first infected. I guess that must be everything. We don't know where Canon is. We're 100% sure, but I think the noise have got her. So hey, Byrne. Welcome in and thanks for the raid. Took a quick look at what you were doing over there. Just before I went live myself. And it was called Tower Unite, but from what little I am aware of what that actually is, it's like a VR chat type thing in it. Honestly, I read the description of the Tower Unite thing that, that was posted in a certain channel in my server by a certain somebody, and it just kind of left me feeling a bit more confused than anything. So hey, Landa. How you doing? Thank you for the raid. Very much obliged at this time. Let me do something which I believe technically, well, let me very noisily, albeit the noisy part is not something that I intended. But let me oblige and go ahead and get you a shout out, as should be my wont. Burn, playing Tower Unite, and Landa, what were you doing? We should also find this out. It is only fitting after all. Wow, Landa was playing Borderlands 3. Tell me, Landa, how is Borderlands 3? I definitely would pursue that as an opinion if it were to come from you. I'm quite interested in this, yes. Terrible, they keep nerfing my builds. Good, everyone else? Like, it's terrible that they keep nerfing your builds, but it's good in every other way. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've been completely falling behind in the whole Borderlands awareness thing, to be honest with you. Like, I played 1 by myself, and obviously we streamed number 2 as a group. And then I actually got pre-sequel for myself at some point, but I haven't actually even begun that one yet. And I also haven't, like, gotten very far in any of the DLCs for 2, even though I completed all the DLCs for Borderlands 1. Go figure. It's good in the context if you're not an Amara main, they did make a new gun I like. But if there's anything that I've learned from playing Borderlands a good chunk of time by myself, is that apparently I am very, very bad at picking a character whose special ability and attributes and such is actually going to favor my way that I would want to play. It automatically changes your weapon elemental damage dependent on the current resistance the enemy has. So if they're full shield, the bolt turns electric. If they're metallic, it turns into corrosive, etc. I mean, I guess that sounds good on principle, but I would imagine that there's some kind of a catch. Like, the ones that I remember playing with in Borderlands 1 and 2 were to do that, like, attacks with the Hawk. It's just like a thing that you do from a distance, and in 2 I played as the Siren who can like temporarily keep enemies in like a stranglehold kind of thing, and also the Necromancer who can be very, very inaccurate and also has a hog of her own to just try and destroy enemies without her even getting involved. Every bullet fired cost a bullet from the clip. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing that I would probably also experience when playing as the Necromancer, from what I remember. I could theoretically go back to that character whenever I want at this point, but I don't know. Hasn't occurred to me too much too recently to get all this other crap going on. Speaking of other crap going on, it sounds like, yeah, Cannons is probably not in a great state. She told us to stay away at the beginning of the day, but now she wants to meet up, which is just a little bit suspicious, if you catch my drift. So I guess Fred didn't actually go to meet her before he showed up here. So what do we do now? We can't let the noise just roam free out there. I think we should go meet her, all of us together. If the noise are all up in her head, if she thinks we're her enemies, then we might have to fight. I mean, they do remember what happened the previous day, right? They weren't expecting to actually have to destroy the person that they were supposed to go meet, but that is what ended up having to happen in the end. I suppose I might as well once more reiterate that it would be weird to me at this point, just because of what I've seen of the layout in the noise report, if we do have to fight Canon. Unless she secretly turns out to be a Reaper herself or something, which would be quite a twist, wouldn't it? But at this point I don't think that I am actually expecting something like that. And yeah, the first thing we saw of this day before we traveled back in time and then forward again after scoping out our own series of memories that we had lost. The first thing we saw was Rindo being attacked by threats. And you just sit tight, just not be around us, even though that probably... I think it seems to me that that has the potential to, like, go badly. Just as much as actually having everyone stick together. But yeah, I mean, we traveled all the way back to the beginning of the day, and apparently the variabilities are already infected by the time that happens, so we can't really do anything about that. But I have to go and get myself possessed, because he wanted to help Canon, and I totally blew it right well. I mean, he apparently took on the parasites that she had. So maybe you can view that in a bit of a dynamic fashion.
Really?
Maybe stupid enough to fall for this trap, but I'm not stupid enough to walk into it on purpose. Well,
Wait, hold up.
interesting way to phrase things. Have you tried the triangle badge yet? For like the Necromancer? I don't remember what any of the badges do on friggin' Borderlands, to be honest with you. I'm assuming you don't mean for this game. But yeah, I mean, all I remember about the accessories and stuff and junk that you can have in Borderlands is like, I would hold on to a bunch of them because it's, you know, the good old RPG, hey, yeah, this might be useful at some point in the future creep, but then you never actually use it, you're just gonna have it sitting around. You guys wanna do 3 sometime? I mean, like I mentioned, I mean, it's not that I don't think, which is what I'm about to say, what I was about to say impulsively. I know that I haven't played through a pre-sequel yet even. Me reasonless? Maybe. I mean, I don't even have 3 yet, because I haven't gone through a pre-sequel yet, and I guess there's part of me that's mildly intrigued by Tales from Borderlands as well. For no other reason than it technically qualifies as an adventure game. But at the moment I would neither have access to that or to Borderlands 3 proper. You know what fate awaits us and we possess all the information we require. Surely we could devise a feasible strategy that would enable your participation. Why are you being so nice to me all of a sudden anyway? That I fear is merely your imagination. Alright, I guess he is staying here after all. That is in fact the plan. And he's staying here inside the restaurant, I guess.
Ah,
Don't get nice then, bro. Our Tails characters in BL3 and it does have cross-continuity. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure that I was even that adamant about following the cross-continuity in between 1 and 2, so I don't know, like, in this particular instance, how much weight I would put behind that, but yeah, I mean, if there's something like that, I would probably at least want to take a look at things.
We're going
At
again.
that. So I guess we don't have Fred in the party right now. Also, hey, Agadar, how's it going? Can't take Fred with us. What do I do? Well, we can't go back to anywhere else now, so whatever we do next, I guess we don't really have too much of a choice in. But I mean, I can tell you right now that I don't even know enough about a pre-sequel to tell you who the characters that you can actually play as are in that game.
Hey.
Canon really has been taken over by noise. This might be his last chance to see her, but I mean, that's probably why that's a good idea, part of it. He said he wanted to stay. I guess the result of that. Can't help but wonder how long he can carry on like that. Wearing a happy mask, pretending he has an area care in the world. Yeah, we did get some nudges, probably also courtesy of Canon actually before, to kind of suggest that Fred is just kind of faking it, which surprises me, because that probably is an indication that I'm probably gonna actually walk away from this with a good impression of what his character arc is, but... Are we taking a break on Friday, or are we continuing with Iceborne? Well, I mean, Friday's like just 2 days away now, and I think that we'll pretty much have Iceborne as something that we can do, like, immediately. I wouldn't be entirely against taking a break, but I mean, it's pretty clear that it's not clear at all that what we would actually do if we were to do anything different, if we were to do something different on Friday. Oh boy. And yeah, sure enough, she's got the spooky blue stinky lines around her. It's not like the others, it's worse. How United is both a shitpost and a legit suggestion. See, something a bit funny about that series of shitpost / suggestions is that I'm pretty sure that I actually looked at my collator of game libraries here that I have. And I actually looked up some of the stuff that was mentioned there, and I think some of that stuff actually did show up. Apparently I don't have Tower Unite. Maybe I'm just confused. Maybe it's just like just looked in there to like try to make a similar shitpost basically by finding stuff that had similar texts. Actually no, the opposite of what I just said is true. Neither of those two things that were mentioned before what I posted are on here. But yeah, I mean, there's also the whole thing where if you want to do something different, I guess it doesn't have to be like a potentially ongoing thing. Could just do like that one thing that I have of Jackbox that was given away on Epic one time. Pull that up and see how that goes. I gotta do something more casual, but I don't know. I guess I'd have to like actually try to talk it over a little bit better. Operation Backlash on Spot Tower United soon, TM. I mean, you don't have to do that, but you know, if you decide that that it's a worthy enough shitpost, then maybe. Boy, actually, I just kind of been blinking thanks to all this here. This is how this chick treats her enemies. I'm messing with that. I hate to imagine what she's going through. I mean, would she even be going through anything right now? Or would she just have her whole... It's really not very clear exactly how the noise works, but... Are we gonna do the dive, or are we going to actually fight her directly? I mean, can we
Intrusion!
actually save her with a dive? I mean, it's kind of implied that she was more or less fine at this side of the day, so maybe she's not like as much of a hopeless case as the character from the previous day. Little Dive's gonna have to wait, though, it seems. Gotta take care of this suckers first, how boy. I get a feeling that if we have to fight Noise before we do a dive,
Seriously?
that's just gonna result in, like... Oops, the time that we spent fighting this Noise is just going to mean that we don't have enough time to save that other person anymore. Now we'll see. Oh yeah, we don't have Fred with us, so that's probably not going to help matters either. Oh shit. And yeah, because we have Fred, then we don't have Fred, that is. It's also going to be a bit of an issue that we don't... us not having a whole bunch of opportunity to build up combos based on the... based on having a variety of psychs. Ooh, and we've been poisoned, so rip being able to build up the full combo, but fuck, there's 3 of these scorpions. Didn't think there were 3 of them, but we're only 2 at most. So yeah, this might not have been the best pin to like, put on window at this time. Jesus Christ. Well, right now I'm probably just gonna be satisfied if we survive this and actually get it to the end. Ooh. Because we're also poisoning the scorpions too, if this thing is the special that we have charged up. Not the special that we have charged up, that's just a consequence of what I was actually trying to refer to just now. Oh hey, we got unpoisoned. I mean, I probably wouldn't actually use this 300% special right now anyhow, just because of the fact that this one dude is the only thing that's left in this fight, and also it's almost dead. There we go. Can I deal with the fact that the character has a cat hoodie that also have an earring on the cat ear? Yeah.
May we learn from our failures?
I mean, it's kind of clever if you think about it, I would say. Maybe you want to have the aesthetic of having an ear ring like that, like an actual piercing thing. But you don't want to actually pierce your ear, and you actually want to also go for the cat girl aesthetic to a degree, I guess, so... That's a perfect way to accomplish that.
Huh?
But yeah, what are we doing now? Just like what happened to Ayano, but we got here earlier, didn't we? There's no saving here, or so we think now, but... So what, we just give up? We get out of here, we leave her for dead. Is she gonna be dead? Is she just gonna be like left as a husk like that other guy, or... We actually have to take her down. Here there are no other options available to us, which again would be the most surprising outcome of this, or... a fairly surprising outcome of this, anyway. I knew from the start that it might not be impossible to save her, but...
Hey!
Oh. Fred came back. Maybe I can use my powers to help save her? Maybe. It's a long shot, but I could at least buy some time. By reminding her of something? Would that actually help? Would that counter what the noise did? And if so, then... why didn't we think of that at all with what happened yesterday? It's her final message. Please, Fred. Change the world. If you see me, you have to end it. Goodbye. I know you guys can beat her on you well. That's what she wants to. But I think we can still save her. We have to. I mean, is she actually gonna try it at all, or are they just humoring him but they don't think it'll really work? Joe Cannon's memory reminds her of who she is. Then I need you to dive in and take care of the rest. I guess we haven't actually tried something like this in tandem before, but... Again, this raises the question of why we didn't think of this the last time this happened, which was the previous day. I mean, what's he gonna remind her of? something that worked, I guess. This game just secretly fashioned the game and music, I mean, pretty much, but it was something that pretty much could also be said about the first game. Can't really say that that would be a secret at this point. Just fashion, just music, and a whole bunch of stuff that you stick on your shirt when you go to a convention or something. You know, I don't think that I've seen anyone actually wearing a pin like they use in these games in real life in like the past, fuck, I don't know. Can't even put a number to that. It feels like I haven't actually seen that at all since I was a kid or something. Maybe I just haven't been looking in the right places. She could have just wiped out the Reapers altogether. I mean, maybe that will happen, in a manner of speaking. Shouldn't think like that, they've done their best. Also, curse words, maybe, unless that's supposed to be just like the blabbering that the other person was doing that was infected with the noise. I guess that was supposed to be blabbering and not cursing. That's also not very clear, but wish I could be buffed from pins in real life too, I'll see. I could just use a pin instead of
We sure we can handle this?
having to swap out the USB cable types on my phone charger manually whenever I want to charge something different.
So far, so good.
That would be very convenient. I still don't know what the hell he's saying when he says a thing that sounds like fucking pug, but I get the feeling that whatever it is, it's definitely not fucking pug. I guess this must be the actual boss fight, even though this is supposed to be a dive.
Yes, got it. Nice one, Rin, dude. Let's keep it going.
So maybe, yeah, the boss. Oh, never mind. Actually, I was gonna say the boss health that shows up in the, you know, in the top there. It's like it's not going down very quickly at all, but I don't think it has gone down at all. So maybe this is just gonna be a dive with actual multiple levels, like they usually do have.
Exquisite timing. We got this. Keep it up, Fred. Will do, beat buddy.
So I get the feeling that whatever the actual boss is, it's gonna be farther along with the... Actually, no, never mind. I think the boss HP is in fact going down a little bit, because I don't think it's all the way full.
Yes, got it. Not bad, yo. Here's a shot.
Yeah, it's going down more visibly when we attack this thing.
So good.
You know what, might as well go ahead and pop the 300 now. Let's see, I get the feeling that if we actually try to fight this dude more directly, we're very quickly going to lose that.
How's that?
Masterfully done.
I mean, maybe not. Maybe I actually will just be able to, by sheer force of will and by sheer spammy continuous determination, I'll actually be able to build up. Nope, never mind. 300% again, but now that we've been poisoned, that definitely won't happen, so let's instead pop the 200 special. No, never mind, I guess this is the boss.
Exquisite timing.
Masterfully done.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going. Here's a shocker. Yes, got it. We're on a roll. Thanks, Nagi. Yes, got him.
Masterfully done.
Yes, got him.
And that's why you should leave it to me. Indeed.
Let's keep it up.
Indeed.
Oh jeez.
How's that?
Keep trying to actually do the combo with the fucking dash attack that you have to direct with the stick directly, but direct directly. I suppose that is a valid combination of terms, but it still feels weird. Ooh. This poor Scorpion getting wombo comboed into infinity. Well, apparently not enough into infinity, not far enough into infinity that it's unable to at least get out an attack
Back into zone.
that makes it impossible for the bullies to unleash their ultimate, so it's got something going for it. Is it voice acting time?
We beat it.
Oh boy.
What about Kanon?
Kanon!
Fred. Thank you.
We were too late.
But you still made it.
No. I can't go through this again. Rindo! Your powers! We can try again! Sorry. We can't. Not this time.
I thought I'd never be myself again. That I'd stay like that until the end. But you brought me back. Thanks, Fred. You always shine so bright. Too bright to see the real you. It took a while to see who you truly are. But now that I do, I'm charmed.
I know I joke around a lot. But I was serious about you.
I know. And I can tell you're being genuine. Your heart's in it this time. I can feel it. It's a shame I won't get to see this game through to the end. But do me a favor. Win. And Fred, I'll be rooting for you.
Thanks, Kanon. For everything.
Great. Sheba wins again.
Man, gonna be tough without her. For Fret and for all of us, yo.
We don't stand a chance.
I said tough, not impossible.
It might as well be.
Ain't over long as we still here, yo.
Yeah, all 5 of us.
For now, but there'll be more once you count the Shibuya Reapers.
Why would we count them?
Cause Shibuya's all screwed up right now, and I know they ain't happy about it. No way they just gonna let this place burn without putting up a fight.
And you think that'll be enough to give us a chance?
Hell yeah, yo.
Worms for brains.
Better off with them than against them. I ain't giving up yet. Not until we win this thing.
Perhaps this was an act of retaliation.
Huh?
Did you notice the Game Master during this morning's broadcast?
What about him?
Nothing about him was ostensibly out of the ordinary, but he emanated a wrathful energy.
You think he was angry about something?
Yes, I assumed him to be the cold, calculating type, but he seems to grow quite hot-headed without warning. He is unexpectedly, how shall I put it? Mentally unbalanced, for lack of a more gentle phrasing.
I don't know about all that, but maybe you're right.
I'm familiar with monsters of his elemental affinity. Their wrath knows no bounds.
So Sheba's a bomb with a short fuse. And once he gets serious, we get blown to bits. Just like the Varia beauties. And now we're the only ones left. Can we really do this? Wait, what about Swallow? They must be... Huh? Their messages are still here, but how? Does that mean they're a Reaper? Huh. Yeah, right. I'm just glad they haven't been erased.
Wait. Made a commentary in a few different ways, but an extra Debarion, Fippe, and I guess now that she's dead, we can actually expand our social network to canon. Oh boy. And yeah, she's still a character, even though we've seen her in like a small handful of scenes throughout the game, but she hasn't really done anything yet. Efforts will prove fruitless if you continue on this path. Never seen anything like it. I sense a unique energy emanating from within. O. Appeal to a higher power. When all else fails, turn to the Creator for guidance. The person who made it? I know who made it, but... okay, maybe she's talking about the Mr. Mew thing that she found a while back, so... maybe there's gonna be some actual addressing of Shiku's presence in this game after all. You forge connections. You may find what you seek through the acquaintances you already have. Regarding your earlier reading, patience is key, which will be realized soon. Happy to help, close parenthesis. I offer readings and advice on all facets of life, close parenthesis. I hate to cut our session short, but my next client has arrived. It's still pretty unclear what any of the scenes that deal with those characters are actually about, but... Mysterious stranger, your identity is unknown to me, but I sense your aim is not our destruction. I currently find myself faced with troubles not so easily resolved. Chances are good that they share their roots with your own predicaments. Perhaps we can work together toward a common goal. I guess that implies that maybe this guy also does not want to see everything be destroyed. But yeah, honestly, regarding the meta commentary, something that I like a lot about this game. Oh, hold on, we got cutscene again.
The hell's going on, yo? They're coming after us like zombies or something.
I guess this is another preview of the future.
What do you think
I thought we might never be reunited. And yet, I fear something is amiss. Pull yourself together!
But it's not making much sense.
See? This plague don't play favorites. Everybody gets it in the end.
Even less than usual.
I kind of really can't have that, but... yeah... I think we got more voice dialogue coming up, but I can actually... let me turn on the auto thing. Turn off the auto thing real quick so I can talk. Oh dear, regarding the meta commentary, honestly, something that I like a lot about these games, like, not just this one, but the first one as well, is just that you can tell, like... maybe yes right away, maybe no right away, depending on how you look at it, but it's like really, it becomes, after some time at any rate, really evident that there's like a lot of symbolism and a lot of metaphors, and there's like a moral and everything, but something that I like a lot is the fact that they never like turn that into an anvil. They just like actually show that they have some degree of respect for the audience's agency, and they never like actually spell anything out, which is something that I like a lot. Oh dear, I also require hydration, which I suppose I will do as this cutscene plays out, thanks to Lambda.
Not sure what that was about, but it definitely wasn't good. Another day, another unavoidable disaster. Looks like I'll be turning back time again.
Sup?
Yo, what's up, boys? You doing alright, dog?
Yeah.
I'm good. Well, actually, I'm kinda not so good. I just wish I could have spent some more time with Kanon, you know? A guy like me could really use someone like her to keep me on my toes. Keep my ass in line.
Fred.
It hurts. Losing someone. Not the first time either. See, I had this friend. I tried to be there for him, like really tried. I'd ask him about his problems and tell him to push through them. But in the end, I wasn't any help at all. And now he's gone.
Gone like...
Gone. Nothing I did or said made a damn bit of difference. I was supposedly his best friend. And he didn't even say goodbye. After that, I figured, what's the point? Why take anything seriously? It doesn't make a difference. And it doesn't make you feel any better either, you know? Haven't really been able to stomach anything too heavy since then. It's too much.
That's rough, yo.
When I first met Kanon, I thought she was like me. But she wasn't. She was better than me. She was real.
She was pretty great.
I realized I wanted to be more like her. And I wanted her to see me make that change. And get on her level. And now... Now she's gone too.
Fred.
Losing a tough lady like her, it's pretty hard. But I'ma say it probably hit you harder than anybody, man. Look, I ain't gonna tell you to cheer up or any of that bull, but you gotta keep going, for her sake. She may be gone, but you gotta keep her legacy alive, yo. And don't you ever forget what she means to you.
Won't be easy to forget. Someone like her.
Can't blame him for getting depressed after all that.
Indeed. His effervescent joviality was never more than a facade. Though he buried them deep inside, his feelings were true. And now he must finally confront them.
Not exactly a problem we can help him with, though. We can't pause the game to talk about our feelings. But honestly, it's probably for the best that we've got other things to do. Keeps us from thinking too much.
Lady Shoka, too, has pain she must yet process. Of course, carrying on in perfect, cheerful confidence is improbable. But one must needs hope our team's morale suffers no further damage. Alas, today's broadcast.
Greetings, sheeple of Shibuya. Got some red-hot news for you. I'm happy to report yesterday was a raging success. Why, you got me all fired up just watching. Especially that tearjerker of an ending. My forecast shows we're in for another scorcher today. So I'll be throwing a sizzling hot party. Feel free to bring a friend or two while you're at it. Although, I suppose you probably don't have many left. And with that, I bid you adieu.
If I don't help the gang get through this, we gon' get wrecked. And if we do, then so will Shibuya. We gotta keep fighting, no matter what. Rindo! Fred! Penny! Kitty girl! Let's bounce, yo! And if things get tough, leave it to me, aight? After all, I've been a Reaper before. I can carry all your asses through this if I gotta.
Beat.
How reassuring.
More like idiotic.
You the man, Beat.
Damn straight. Now let's get this ball rolling, yo.
Right. Show at least one of those bizarrely unique looking graphics for at least one of the characters. But yeah, honestly, Reaper, like ex-Reaper presence in our team seems to be more of a benefit than anything from what we've seen. But also that vision that we saw at the beginning of this kind of gets me the feeling that we're gonna see the return of Minamimoto at one point during this day. What we doing now? Let's not fret. Let's not...
Huh?
Let's not dwell on my failure to immediately think of anything. Any other ridiculous puns that may be based on the characters' names. After all, the one that we've already seen can't be beat. Kai wasn't elite. He's just a regular Reaper now. Both of them are. She was taking over the whole hierarchy of the game for himself. Even though they've been demoted to sheep, Suzuki and Kubo are gonna stay loyal to Shiva to the end, just like Ayano. I mean, I guess we don't even know why Ayano was loyal to him at this point. It's Suzuki. Have you seen Kariya? Well, not today, I guess. Thanks anyway. Never mind the fact that we're still doing the whole we're supposed to be enemies masquerade. I assume they were close comrades experiencing a rough patch, maybe. Maybe we'll find something about them all on the way. I mean, it's kind of hard to imagine how that would come to be, but... Go and find out, I guess. Maybe check out Cat Street or something. It looks like we probably started in Tokyo Plaza or something, yeah. We can either go to the far end of the map over on Takashita Street or whatever it's called, or we can go to Cat Street. But before we do any of these things, let's check the side objectives. Tower Records and Shibuya Hikaria, so we're gonna have to not go towards the other street first. And apparently out of all of these, the only one that hasn't been mastered yet would be... or that has been mastered at this point would be this one. But I guess there probably aren't any other CRPs. Now there are some CRPs that I haven't equipped yet that... There are also Uber Pins, Psychokinesis, and Psychokinesis 2. Yes, this one would probably be a better one to latch onto at this point, but what about this one? What about Topple the Famished? The Fusion Beam, chance of freezing the enemy. There's also Topple the Adventures, which apparently we just got from that boss fight. Laser Inferno. I am liking the look of that one, I will say, but let's see. This one has 5 levels. It has slow growth and it might mutate. This one down here. One of these down here, actually not even that one, this one. Very slow growth and it will evolve, so yeah, might as well go for this one first. And probably leave it that way for now.
Let me think this through.
Tower Records and Shibuya Hikaria both, well, one of those places we will pass on the way to the Scramble, assuming that we go there.
Let's have a look.
Oh look, it's a blue noise. Actually, something else that we should probably do, I guess I'll fight this thing for now, but something else that I should probably do... pretty much straight away would be check the social network and see what updates I can get from there. I think if we activate the Canon node, which we probably will be able to do now, we'll be able to get another Uber Pin equip, so that could be useful.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going. Damn, you good.
Finally done.
Booyaka!
Now this does seem like a pretty good setup to deal with a bunch of these jellyfish monsters at once, at least. Speaking of the jellyfish, because I think there was only like 1 or 2 of them left, I was gonna say focus on them so that they don't multiply, but I guess the last one that was left there must have already died.
Thanks for the help. I got you. You're done for.
Wow, I roll.
We're on a roll.
Wow, we really killed it out there.
An honor to be recognized.
Hey, this thing is actually does mutate with her, wouldn't you know it? So yeah, let's go ahead and mutate that to Slytherin Snake. Apparently to all of the pin drops that we got from this fight were Uber pins. Well, let's
What to do?
check the social network like I just said. We can now activate this one, yeah. And this one, Pictionary. So let's do this. One new Uber pin unlock is available. So now we have 4, so I think we spied a couple more that we could potentially get. One here and yeah, one here, and that tells me that we're probably gonna end up having up to 6 people in our party by the end of this, which seems pretty crazy. It does line up with all the playable characters that we've managed to accrue so far. Also get the Pictionary. Maybe we can actually test that right now if we go to the records. Go to chapters, we go to Graffiti real quick just to see if there's anything new, and apparently there is. Completed all remind images. Oh boy, I guess that's a bit of a spoil that we're not going to be seeing more of those. We'll put this all the way on the end here, sure. City Walker, visited all areas of Shibuya, I guess Tokyo, not Tokyo anything, Miyashita Park was supposed to be the last one that we were able to discover. I'll put him, I don't know, here, doesn't even have text, that one. But our rank didn't go up yet. Okay, yeah, we left behind quite a bit of pig noise as we can tell, but... I'm actually not even sure exactly what this means, like if we... Does the pink symbol mean that we have already killed it, or that we haven't killed it? I get the feeling that it means that we have killed it, because I think that as early as this day we find the first pig noise. So the ones that are blank means that we have to go back and look for it for a reason that we haven't quite come across yet, but I get the feeling will probably become obvious as soon as we actually reach the post-game. What's this person saying? Down with the syndrome? Oh, I just realized what down with the syndrome means. It's literally referring to the Shibuya syndrome that they've been talking about throughout this whole thing. For some reason I thought that that might actually mean something different, because we pretty much had only seen one of those character models have that message before. But no, it actually is a generic thing. Well, let's just head over to Cat Street. I guess we didn't actually do anything at Cat Street. Made it all the way to Tower Records directly, so do we do anything here? Oh, already we got like a side quest with this character. Again.
Hey.
Isn't that Mucken? Or MKU? I guess you're supposed to pronounce it MKN, even though I thought that they said that literally the reason why this character is called that is because just the name Mikan without the vowels. Spent forever tracking her down that one time. I mean, that was all the way back in week 1. She can't be here to paint. No walls in the corner. Maybe she's just being outside. Or maybe she has some kind of bizarre noise infection. I left a memento Grandma gave me on top of that building. But how did you get on top of that building?
Seriously?
She left something that important way up there, and what would it even have been for her to be able to forget it up there? Yeah, how did she even get there in the first place? Oh, she meant that building, not the top of the muddy thing. For some reason that was my first impression. I like helping people, right? I guess that kind of implicitly explains why these friggin' ledges are graffitied, but that definitely still leaves a question of how like regular people are able to get up there. Well, you know what we're gonna do, like always, stop at the record shop.
Oh, it's you.
Do we have any more sound test things to unlock? Yeah, hopeless, which is, I'm pretty sure, another one of the tracks that plays during the dives.
Come again.
We can't possibly stop until our collection of sound test tracks is complete. I think I already have Scramble though, the one that's playing right now, which fittingly enough, I'm pretty sure also quickly turned out to be one of the ones that, oh whoops, literally supposed to stay over there to do the teleport, I think.
Let's have a look.
But I think Scramble quickly also turned into one of my favorites from this OST.
Let's go. Let's go.
Well, here we are. What was left over here? Is this it? Well, this graffiti is hers, but we can't pick up the graffiti, can we? I'd really love her grandma to be carrying around something to remember her by everywhere. I mean, what is the memento? It just showed some graffiti, but it can't literally be the graffiti itself that they're carrying around, can it?
Let's go. Oh,
The spray can? Oh. Well, I'm glad they clarified that at least. Maybe it fell and miraculously didn't get damaged at all. Kinda makes me want to pay her a visit. Her store's not far from here, maybe I'll go say hi. If I'm lucky, she might give you another memento from her younger days. Oh boy, is she the one that runs the Croaky Panic Shop? With the afro wig? I wonder. I guess that would make some degree of sense. The living normally give out mementos, well, carpet diem and all that. Unless he's just going to, visit a store where her grandma is somehow buried and take something from there. I guess that would have to be the implication if she's not, like, literally visiting another person. That would be pretty spooky. Okay, so where did she show up in the grid here? At least they stopped calling it Affinity Chart, even though that's... You know, it's not really a surprise yet, wouldn't you know it? That's the grandma. We already reached VIP level 3, so... is there a reason why we can't do this yet? We establish a connection here. We, for some reason, can't get this, even though we have reached VIP level 3 with Croaky Panic. Do we have to, like, actually go back to the shop and... Hold on, I guess we're gonna do that. It's gonna take a hot minute. Oh shit, it's a pretty interesting percussion track that you can add onto this track in particular by doing a dash. And I guess we're gonna be hearing it for a little bit longer. We're gonna have to be dashing through this street as well. Wait, what? There's somebody here. Oh, it's Kari, yeah. I guess this must be the actual objective that we have to do anyway. Oh no, he's been hit with these spooky blue, stinky noise lines. Which for some reason, whenever I see this particular shade of blue, it makes me feel like, makes me remember, I want to say, a type of sour candy that I used to eat when I was a kid. We're just doing a dive right away.
pardon the intrusion.
Okay, that seems kind of sudden, but guess we're doing this. Sure got me good. Didn't think he'd come after me like that. Should have known better. It's only a matter of time after the stunt I pulled. I mean, yeah, probably talking about Shiva. Should have now underestimated him. But who'd have thought he had that in him? So Wicked Twisters might still stand a chance. Just hope Uzuki doesn't bite off more than she can chew. Unless, of course, he's talking about somebody else entirely, which does not seem entirely out of the question. If our assumption that it would be Shiva would just be like a red herring.
Well, got nothing better to do.
Okay, so the frogs that aren't cellophane frogs and that do have the those like horns under, spikes on their legs are the tradish frogs.
Let's keep it up. Perfecto. Heads up. You're done for. Did I do that? You sure did. Follow me, yo. Perfecto. Damn, you good.
You know what? Let's go ahead and pop this now.
Oh, good.
Probably a good idea to do it even if these are quote-unquote just frogs. It feels like this is a group of frogs that would make this worthwhile. Didn't even finish killing all of them, did it? Because it feels like there's a couple of health onto the back that yet. This one in particular seems like I'm just conveniently out of range of those attacks. Let's do that backwards. I mean, you can see what I did backwards just now, but I can't just tap R and have that psych come out, probably because of the effect from the clothes that Maggie has, but I'm sure I can't do the same with the L pin, but that might be about to change since a couple of those pins just got mastered. That's Shibuya syndrome, so... The internal voice also made reference to someone else. Do you suppose it might... Oh boy. Yeah, this time it was in fact not us. We just got rid of the noise that was messing with his head. Oh, I guess it would have been Kubo this time, maybe. Reapers are supposed to work together, not attack each other, but... I mean, we never really got a good impression from that guy. It's like the very bottom rung of the ladder. I'd be able to use my powers on him. I mean, that did help on somewhat in the last case that we handled, but it also ended up with that person being completely destroyed, so... Not exactly fix him, but it's a good place to start. Unless we wanna preemptively go back in time. Well, at least he's kind of responding now. Really messed that one up, didn't I? Guess how to watch out for Kubo. Guess a lot tougher than he lets on. A lot more good than pretending our titles matter anymore. Maybe that wouldn't be much of a loss. Oh boy. This has gotten pretty dull lately, don't you think? Well, I mean, a pretty good reason for that, as we can kind of appreciate. Shibuya's gonna go up in flames soon, all thanks to us Reapers. Most are messing things up in the RG too. All those people, all their lives clashing and melding and drifting apart, that's what made Shibuya so vibrant. That Shibuya, our Shibuya is already long gone, but... I'll just keep the noise in the RG under control for a bit. It looks like it won't be much help anymore. That didn't even last a whole day. Now you gotta keep stirring if you want to survive. If you're with them, the Shinjuku Reapers, I'm gonna take you out right here and now. UG is a well-oiled and perfectly managed machine. Conductor, the Game Master's orders are absolute. You know that better than anyone. We both do. I mean, she still has to keep up that kind of facade, I guess. That's basically how you lost Shibuya in the first place. And even though it was kind of implied that she pretty much agrees with that sentiment, she's still gonna react that way. Suzuki fought for Shibuya too, you know, in her own way. Back then we couldn't make up our minds on how to handle the Shinjuku gang. If we let them have their way, it's only gonna be a matter of time before they destroy the city, but we really don't want to get on their bad side for whatever reason. Guess this would be after they've already gotten like a stranglehold. Why not give them what they want, or at least pretend to? I can think we're giving in so they let their guards down. What if we're just supposed to hand our city over on a silver platter? And it doesn't seem like if they reach a conclusion that it was shown there. It's like we had no way of knowing what your deal was. I don't think you can make it back to the RG for a while. Try to wrap things up here before they get much worse out there, huh? Well, I mean, we can do something. Now that you got your big boy pants on, you can start looking for Kubo around Tipsy Toes Hole. So Kubo's on the prowl today. Do you want to go after him? If our aim is to learn more about the Shinjuku Reapers, he seems like an acceptable place to start. I mean, I get the feeling that maybe this is actually gonna somehow turn into a series of go after each remaining member of like the Reaper high ranks missions. Because we took care of Ayano before. Not because we wanted to, but because we were forced into that situation, but... But if we do end up having to deal with Kubo as well, I guess it would make sense to do it now rather than wait until the end of things and just like a long sequence of similar encounters. But let's see, now that we're back here, I can barely. Oh yeah, should probably go eat, but first. Can barely move around while dashing over there in the alleyway. Maybe we can buy something from here. And see why she apparently isn't in the we can activate her social network thing yet state. Greatly increases defense but slowly decreases fullness. What about pins? We need like 300,000 for this one, so that's what's happening. Up to 15 rockets, this one is not even an Uber pin though, which is surprising. I get a feeling that we might as well get one of these pins if nothing else. We can trade Dark Matter and Shadow Matter for this one. Spin Twins, which is what? Another one of the Mash X pins. Which probably would be a good option, but I feel like let's try having this one first. Not bad, I guess. Well, we bought one thing, hold on. Let's actually back out of here now. And take another look at the social network, because it feels like we already have level 3 in the... Okay, this is open now, it didn't used to be like when we looked at this a few minutes ago. We can get the Schnoss Spectacles if we activate that, or we could get this. Plentiful pins boosts your pin drop rate when you lower your level. When you lower your level, yeah. So it's just like another multiplier boost maybe. Which we definitely would want. And apparently a couple of different people can be added to our social network here. One from a quest, one we don't know how. And I guess that's it, so let's get a move on for that. But not before we eat, I guess. Might as well take the opportunity to eat some pies, which I guess the pie in this context means not actually a pie, but just a pancake or a giant lump of ice cream. Well, who likes this one? Not him, but she likes it too. What do you like then? He likes that one, and he likes that one slightly less. Guess we'll give him that one.
Time to eat. And now we feast.
Man, I am starving!
Loki,
Positively
That really hits the spot!
Thanks, cutie pie.
And that'll do for now.
Let's move!
And again with the crazy percussion thing that we can add to the last call track as the backing track. And we were supposed to go to Tipsy Toes Hall to look for the other guy, but if we can go to Shibuya Hikaria first. I can't believe that I just completely ignored what's his face there. Completely ignored Karia when we first passed through that place. Just didn't really catch sight of him or anything though, I guess. But instead of going to Tipsy Toes Hall, let's see if we can make it to the Scramble, which I guess we can. And if we can go to Shibuya Hikaria from there, so we can just immediately go and check out this one other mission that I suppose we have. Once we've gotten to the point where no matter what day we go to, most of the map is gonna be open. That seems pretty nice. So there's somebody around here who might need help. Who could that be? Will we be able to see that person without activating the scan? Maybe not. I don't believe that I saw anybody Maybe if we use the teleportation thing, though I very much doubt that this would actually be a factor in finding a quest location, but you never know, do you? You never know so much, as a matter of fact, that this is where we needed to look. What the fuck? Isn't this the spooky ghost girl that we had to see through our cameras for a mission before? I think so. It is that apparition. She left us a dying message or letter, right? So that's an actual person, surely. Calling it an apparition feels a bit off. It's cognitive energy that drifted over from Shinjuku. Some of its strongest refused to give up the ghost. So are we trying to like eliminate this thing? Hold on. We're not just gonna jump in, are we? Because Sekinohara. I guess we have to do this first. But something that I forgot to do, but conveniently I was just reminded of, is to swap out some of the spins. Let's see. This one has already been mastered and it will not evolve, so we don't need to worry about that. We could try this one next. I pretty much was going to before, but didn't end up doing that. Could do this one. Nah. This one's like a minefield, which means that it won't be quite as dynamic as I wanted to, but we'll get to that one in due time. So equip this. And this other one is also mastered, so... what can we follow that up with? Something else that's R, maybe? Massive hit. Charging up for an attack takes less time than usual. Oh boy. Which apparently got very slow growth and it will evolve, so we should probably get started on that. Maybe start with this. It's even 9. This one seems like it might have a somewhat higher base damage, but I get the feeling that whatever this evolves into is gonna be better overall in the end, but let's start with that. This one is not done yet, but hopefully it will be soon, because it's not like the most convenient. Psych. My favorite park, the government building, all gone. I mean, that kind of raises a few questions. I don't know anything about like Shinjuku and Shibuya in real life, but if there's like an actual government building in Shinjuku, and that whole area got like wiped from history in this universe, then what happened to the government building that was in there? It just like... I think that if that had any kind of impact,
Shall I proceed then?
it probably would have been a big deal. Oh boy, hold on. You know what, no, let's do it like this.
Affliction.
I mean, 2 levels probably won't make a difference. As many as 1. But yeah, wouldn't
I can't wait to be done with
erasing
this.
something like a government building from history have like an actual big impact on the areas around it, you would think.
Just be careful.
Maybe there's like just magically no inertia that way. Oh boy.
Ain't no stopping us now.
Didn't even catch eye to see if there's like any of the cellophane noise. What are you doing? I guess we have to... well, we managed to get 300% even though one of our fucking team members was being pinned by the wolves. Which is what I was trying to target there, but... suppose it was not to be. And that didn't even help us get that much of a leg up on the big bear by the looks of things, which seems just a little bit very spooky. Apparently, yeah, this bear is also not particularly susceptible to the combo prompts. And we're going to have to actually be quite mindful of this whole thing.
Follow me, yo. That was perfect.
Of this sliver of health that he has left, which is apparently not insignificant in the slightest. It's gotta be pretty obnoxious, really.
Thanks for the help.
I got you.
I mean, the thing says that he's apparently weak to that element, but I don't see that making that much of a difference, really.
Wow, we really killed it out there.
There we go. I guess that was in fact only one round. Which makes it
Too shabby.
really, really weird in my mind that we didn't just end up getting that, getting gold from that by popping the 300 special right away, but I guess the bear was just too strong. It's time for me to move on. Goodbye, I'm gonna go be with Mom. So I guess this would be an actual ghosty that we're looking at. That isn't a player or anything like that, though. What a formidable phantasm indeed. Well, maybe she knew something, but if she did, I guess she's not saying anything. Stopped her movements for a long time. Well, apparently not enough of a ghosty that actually linking with her through this is not going to be impossible. Where is she, though? There she is. She apparently has a link with Shaka, which, yeah, seems pretty suspicious. Unfortunate victim of Shinjuku's inversion. Floating around the ruins of Shinjuku in the UG, she slipped into Shibuya alongside a certain someone's comings and goings. Despite not being able to leave her new home, she doesn't want to disappear. Feeling bad for this lost soul, Shaka gave her a role in a recent mission. Oh, I guess that explains that. Oh, and we get even more money from selling pins, so sure, let's go with that. I would say that I hope it's percentage based and not fixed. I mean, it probably is percentage based, but hopefully it's multiplicative percentage based and not fixed additive percentage based, because that would be a lot more convenient for me.
Greetings.
Oh boy. Probably gonna be interesting whatever pins they have in here. They have Kachu Blaze, which is, yeah, probably a little too late in buying this one. Looking at how weak it looks in comparison to a bunch of the other stuff we have. But I guess we can get it anyway, just to get it. It's probably gonna have to be evolved into something anyhow. We can trade for this. Varian 1 of 6, and the effect would be HP boost 4 for Rindo, but he can't pull it off because he needs 145. Oh well. Barely afford this one. But I guess something else that we should do before we even look at more of these is just sell off more of this crap. But which of these items do we actually have to sell off at this point? This would be a start. That's something. Not have a whole bunch of monochrome extras like I guess I usually do. I have a few extras for this. And I have a few extras for this, but that's probably gonna pretty much be it. Alrighty then. Do we want to buy anything else now that we've got over that? Probably not. Maybe this, let's see. 135 versus RG, Ryugu, not real ground. Might as well get it just so we can get something. And maybe one other thing. Yeah, might as well get this preemptively. And get to VIP level 2. Flaming Blossom is something else we can aim for. But it won't really make... won't really be that favorable by the looks of things. I'm gonna get it anyway. At least get one of them.
Thank you kindly.
And also stop at the actual sweet shop so we can...
Oh, greetings.
We can eat. Who likes this one? Well, plenty of people think it's okay, but clearly okay is not good enough. Okay. That fish will be fine. That dish will be fine for him. And yeah, this will do nicely.
am
And now we
starving.
feast. Low-key, I kind of love it.
really
Positively
hits the spot.
ambrosial.
And now we've apparently gone barely over the limit, but it's not really that surprising, I guess.
What to do?
And yeah, we've done it. Let's just run to the wall here until we get the rest of the group bonus, and there we go.
Let's move.
Let's head to Tipsy Toes and maybe also go to Udagawa if we have the chance to. If only so I can see whether or not there's anything new to buy from the record store in that area. Well, apparently at least one of the exits is blocked off by the by a wall. But yeah, our good will be right there. Could it really be that simple? Apparently he's just gonna eerily walk into the next area over, which is conveniently blocked off by the wall. He could be trying to get away, or he could be leading us into a trap, which is, you know... If we led that away just past the police station, must be heading for Uragawa, which is probably where we want to go to. So let's see what the stake is gonna be for this. Could it be dealing with this guy and his stinky blue noise lines? Defeat this. We'll catch any of that? Well, alas. Are we supposed to complete the mission if we don't know what it is? Defeat was clear enough. Defeat the noise in this area. Defeat a certain number of noise. A certain number of noise of a certain symbol, but apparently this guy's just gonna come back for a moment just to tell us that we should give up. Ishima. If only you'd arrived earlier, oh boy. Is that a wink wink? You could have completed the mission and passed through the wall. You knew the noise are gathering in Miyashita Park, and that halting their multiplication would allow you passage. Did you not? Oh no. Not until now. The explanation we received and therefore our understanding of the situation was incomplete. This mission was the key to stopping the explosive spread of Shibuya Syndrome, and of course to allowing you to advance beyond this wall, but you failed. Oh well, Shibuya Syndrome is going to spread explosively, inevitably at this point. So it hasn't yet. Are you giving us a mission? If you go to Miyashita Park and take care of the noise, will you let us through? Not quite, but the end result would be much the same. So yeah, it's very much a wink-wink thing. You should go back in time and go to Miyashita Park and take care of the stuff there before it gets to this point. Guess we could also go and check out what's in Tokyo Hands first, see if anything's different here. We can buy this now, even though I think we have it already. Or maybe we had it at some point past tense, but we don't have it anymore because we evolved it. Or evolved it, or whatever you want to pronounce that as. Once again, beginning to swallow all my words, but that's not that unexpected.
Hello.
Sneaker sandals, monochrome, temporal synergy, type of independence, but nobody can use them except Shoka, what you don't. What a surprise.
Thanks a lot for coming.
Well, what about the final floor here?
Hello.
Apparently there isn't anything new here. Oh, we can buy more of these for that much money. Oh, there you go. We can at least get more.
Thanks a bundle.
Seems like a raw deal, though. Oh, we can't just go this way. We have to go all the way back around, so... many do you think there's gonna be? And can we get there faster if we go through Spain Hill instead? We're supposed to go to Miyashita Park, right? So it would be like a one screen over kind of deal if you went there from the scramble. But we might also be able to get there from the... Well, the next screen over here would be Tower Records, so can we get to Miyashita Park directly from Tower Records, or can we only get through if we pass through Cat Street first? Nope, we have to go through the scramble, so I don't know why I told them to go this way. Now. When I went into Spain Hill, it wasn't just like, hey, you should turn around. Keep going towards the scramble, please. Oh yeah, but we are hurrying up. We actually have to stop for a moment so that we can listen to the end of that dialogue. We made it to Miyashita Park, but where are all the noise? Should be enough that they'll be easy to spot him yet. I mean, are you seeing it? How big of a swarm are we? No, never fear a fight, fight your fear instead.
Huh?
That was one of the stolen quotes that we used to listen to, maybe. Something Motto used to say. Probably just words to him, but it always sounded cool, apparently. Probably stole that quote from someone, yeah, by his own admission. If I thought my hero was a fraud, I was really broken up about it before. But now I'm glad I know the truth. I feel like things make more sense somehow. Or I would just kind of parrot the stuff he'd say, but now I actually think about what it all means, because you couldn't possibly have done that by yourself before.
Yeah.
This time I'm not rattling off some random code, I actually made it we shouldn't fear the fight. Even though pretty much all that stuff that I used to quote from him, and apparently I still do. It sounds like something that the Sphinx in Mystery Man would say. I mean, you can say that, but that still doesn't address the question of where are the noise. I thought that was the thing that we were asking here. And I see that we do have... I don't know where the noise are, but I do spot a pig noise up there.
Let's have a look.
Let's go.
Let's see if we can deal with this one at least. Yeah, look, I found a noise.
All your asses is grass.
Our party is equipped to win.
Oh boy. What's the deal gonna be with this one? Not the fact that it said a bit like its eyes closed is gonna be somehow significant, but maybe not. I'm just gonna bully the pig and kill it with poison. Pretty sure this would probably be animal cruelty, but... Oh, it's the kind of pig that splits up. That would explain why this seemed like so simple so far, I guess. It's technically not all that simple, but it sure seems simple. I think more of a challenge at this point would be if all of these pig splits had the same amount of health as the biggest pig.
Kitty girl.
Okay, so I guess I can rejoin though. Oh shit, yeah, they are rejoining, so we should in fact focus on... oh fuck, not at a time. Surely it's... oh my fucking god, okay, never mind. Okay, so it didn't fully regain its health at least. Which means that we probably have a chance, you know, time limits. Please give me a chance to get this shit done in time and not screw up like I did before by actually shifting my attention away from the little pigs. Nah, well, we got 2 seconds left, so that's probably not gonna be enough time. Just a thought. Now it's running away. At least that time it should have been lost because it ran away and not because of the time running out. As being the immediate cause. Oh god. I think 2 of the eye graphics for the pig were overlapping there. Anyway, that probably wasn't intentional. Okay, so focus on only one of these things. divisions at a time.
Was my humble contribution.
That was sick. How's that? Let's keep it going.
Yeah, like so.
Heads up. Done for.
Now don't flame one. Rather, you should be destroyed. This was one of the first Pigus to be formed. At this size, then yeah, we should go ahead and focus on that. Okay, I think we might have a chance this time. Depending on how many are left. There we go. Didn't even have to pop the 300%, might as well say that we saved that one.
It's alright, I guess.
Gotta focus.
Let's go.
So now that that's out of the way,
Let's move.
how do we actually look into whatever the noise are up to here? I believe I have found the noise we seek. Noise nest we seek. Boy, another ginormous swarm we missed. We couldn't possibly have seen them from a distance just until we stepped into this one spot. It's all a bunch of dividing jellyfish noise, and we probably should take care of as many of them as we can with the 300 special. Assuming we can do that fairly quickly. It's only 3 to start. I actually don't think that we have fought the cellophane version of the noise, the jellyfish noise, before. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I guess we should probably not try to attack that thing while it's doing this. And making itself quite difficult to contact without being damaged ourselves. Okay. But yeah, let's go ahead and just try to obliterate as many of these things as we can. In the most concise way that we can.
Could have been worse, you feel?
Well, there were only 3 of them, but apparently they continue to be a ginormous swarm. I guess we just have to have a repeat of that.
That is inevitable.
After we leveled up, at least.
Oh, this is gonna be easy.
Well, this is gonna be hopefully doable, is how I would put it.
We got this. Damn, you good.
Shit. Okay, well, managed to get hit, but at least we also managed to keep it that prompt. It'd be nice to follow it up quick enough to actually make anything of it, though. I mean, it sure is a move. That part is right. Being very, very accurate with our quips. Ooh. Are any of them gonna get caught up in this? Well, the ones that did get caught up in that were not the ones that were actually the one that we were actually targeting. Which is kind of weird, but better not think too hard about that, I guess. Would be one way to voice the thoughts that I'm having right now. Let's not target the one that yeah, is gonna counter the shit that we do at close range right now.
We got this. Perfect timing. That was perfect.
And well, typically I would say something like, yeah, probably not a great idea to hold off from doing the 300% special. When fighting a noise that can take that number away from you, I guess we really didn't need it after all.
Could have been worse.
Well, we didn't get any pins that time, but yeah, I guess it could have been worse, in a manner of speaking.
Hey, hey, hey.
Well, noise ain't shit. Well, how is he not exhausted? I don't know, but if we are in fact gonna be thrown into a 3rd round,
Seriously?
Sorry.
I guess now would be the time to unleash the final special. Just as soon as we build up to it again, presumably.
Tread carefully.
It's over! Leave it to me, yo! Nice! Ain't no stopping us now! We got
There we go.
It's showtime!
We said have to wipe the rest of these out. Not apparently not, but just barely.
Say?
Enough to get us like 25% of the way onto the next level at least. By the looks of things. Ooh. I guess we managed to level top all the way up to max level. Based on the pins that we had, I guess. And we got a new type of pin, as well as just the plague noise jellyfish. In our records, presumably. With the mission completed, Hishima should be willing to allow us passage. Even though we're definitely making assumptions about that having been the mission in the first place, but we're not going to address that right now. Look, this one's about to level up, or get to max level, I mean. That's actually pretty good news, considering how little I've actually favored that particular psych. But we'll wait. We'll give it time. I suppose going back to the scramble and going from there to through Center Street really would be the fastest way to get to Tipsy Toes.
Let's move!
If we're just aiming for like the smallest number of screen transitions. Before we leave the scramble though, let's see if there's anything new at Taiseido, which there probably won't be.
Are you looking for something? Have a nice day.
I mean, kinda sucks that you can't really find anything new there after a certain point in the story by the looks of things, if you've already bought everything.
Let's move!
Alright, are we gonna be surprised when we find out that that probably wasn't the mission at all? First you eliminated the source of multiplying noise, I guess. It's not my right to do so. It is this fellow. Something must be done about him if you wish to pass. So maybe we're not going back in time? Maybe we're actually gonna have to, like, purge his spooky noise infection? Will he go back to normal if we do? Well, we don't know, but... yes, since this is apparently our only option...
All your asses is grass!
I foresee no difficulties.
Keep it up, B! I got you! That was sick! Heads up, move!
Now let me guess, one of us has been pinned by the wolf noise and we don't know where that person is. That's not a great look. But that does seem to be like a thing that just happens constantly. Okay, otherwise was pinned by the wolf noise this time.
Leave it to me, yo! Roger! Keep it up!
Can somebody have been fucking targeted by the wolf noise? If we can't even see where that person is what I would be asking at this point, but... and what I am asking to myself at this point, but... honestly, I really just don't know. Okay, let's try that again, but this time we're not even gonna bother trying to target the bear at the beginning. Rather... okay, there's at least 3 wolves. let's not even attempt to focus our efforts on anything other than the wolves right now. We're evidently going to represent and clear and present danger. And continuous danger until... But right now, why the fuck is someone losing health continuously? No one spins. Except maybe that guy. He was being completely taken out of sight for some reason. And now somebody else is supposedly pinned, even though I don't see where that would be happening. Yeah. It's not very clear. Okay, yeah, please just allow me to murder at least one of these wolves. That would make me somewhat satisfied. I don't know if I can say all the way at goes so far as to say happy. But I would at least consider it satisfactory to be able to eliminate one of the wolves. Let's go ahead and continue to dodge shit. There, Jesus. I kind of need this at this point. Wait, what the fuck just happened? Did we pop the special, the 300% special, and I pretended that we didn't, then we popped the 200 instead? Is that seriously what I've just witnessed there? That feels like a massive robbery, to say the least. Oh, well, I guess the continuous damage is from somebody being on fire, is that what the implication is? So these fucking tinsel wolves can also create fire.
At least we survived.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's gonna be really annoying because now we won't even be able to tell if we're being, like, constantly damaged by fire, whether or not that's because of the continuous damage, or if someone's actually gonna be pinned, which presumably is gonna cause a lot more damage than the fire. Yet the affliction remains, and Hishima's apparently just fucked off somewhere else. But the bolt's gone. I doubt this Reaper is the one who dropped it, but... Did get a few flippers from clearing up that guy's noise infection, I guess. Can I finally swap this out for something else? That would probably be a good idea. What can we swap it out for? Should be able to equip one more of these silver pins, but... What are we going for at this moment? We could go back to that one, but that would definitely be a downgrade at this point, so... Perhaps it's something a little bit different that we're after. I guess we're gonna stick to inputs instead of psych. Maybe we'll find something that wasn't immediately obvious by doing this. Or maybe that's a no, and I'm just like wishful thinking. I might as well try this one out. Try that one out and also just move on here.
Let's move.
Maybe, just maybe, eat there if we weren't just completely full. I'm able to reconcile that. Are there any new records here? No, apparently no new records here. So what am I? Who cares? Well,
Come back soon.
I think I heard a Warrior Hajimari in there, but now we got Divide. We could stop at Monocro where we can't afford anything probably. Or we could go back there. Let's go back there, but only after we build our group again. And here he is, in front of the big dynamic wall.
Hey, punk.
Gotcha now, old man. Hope you're ready for the party Shibuya's throwing for you. It's gonna be a real banger. I'd love to imagine what sort of soiree this might be. Doesn't sound like it's really my scene. You could at least try and enjoy yourselves. After all, we're rolling out the red carpet for use. Somehow. But I guess now it just ties back into another one of the missions that we saw on the way here. So maybe now we got zombie people with the spooky plague noise affliction. So it's a different kind of affliction, like in the first game, but this time it has a different cause. Now I can manage to dive into each other's minds individually. While everyone else out here is surviving. I'm in a whole nother level from you chumps. Now might be a good time to do your time travel thing, unless of course we want to try something different. To actually fight them. I mean, what are these people that are coming after us anyway? Are they living people? Are they possessed players or reapers? Not the clearest thing in the world, but I guess we are going to try to go back in time. As is our want. What do I do now? Maybe there's a way to stop some of the noise from showing up, like dealing with the noise in the park before this point in time, which is what I thought we were going to do. We were going to do in the first place. Well, I guess Mr. Reaper Man doesn't actually have any way to stop us from going back in time. This is when I found Karya and took care of the noise inside of him. So after that happened. Already done this once before. After this, Kubo heads for Uragawa, and he uses everyone infected with Shibuya syndrome to attack us. And noise causing the infection are coming from Miyashita Park. We should go there first. Then maybe they'll make a difference. Separately clear exactly what we're gonna have to do, even if it looks like we do stand a chance in the end, though. The noise at the park comes first, and I think we can go directly from the park from here, but I guess it doesn't matter right now since we can't move between screens when traveling back in time. Took us a whole hour to walk there though, even though it's literally the next street over. Seems kind of strange. Hopefully coming directly to Miyashita Park changes the future. Got any pro tips for us, oh seasoned veteran? We were able to hold around well enough last time, so... I guess it didn't work, even though it kind of sounded like when we did this before, a little bit farther along in time. We kind of were satisfied when we stopped fighting the noise. We might have missed one that's spawning the rest.
Indeed.
That just seems like a completely out of nowhere theory at this point, I would say, but... I guess that's what we're going with, regardless. Back to the spooky swarm of jellyfish noise, but maybe this time there's gonna be some kind of board leader. Does that noise look like unusually large to you? Oh, those look a bit bossish, so is it go time or what? Yes or no? Maybe it's gonna be a Jape, like, you know, the final boss of Chrono Trigger, where it's not the big one, that's actually the one you should be targeting. Strike if you get it wrong and obey. But which one is it? We fought a lot around here last time. So which one could it be? Do we have some kind of special sense that tells us which one to target? Like, I don't know if this one that we're looking at right now is special in any respect, but... apparently he doesn't agree.
Okay, fine. Guess I'll put you out of your misery.
I don't really see what sets that one apart visually or in any respect for that matter, but...
Think we bit off more than we can chew here.
Okay, so maybe it is a little bit larger than you might potentially expect from the look of something like this. Oh shit, oh fuck, hold on. I might as well go ahead and try and hit it with a different type psych.
Take a ride. Thanks for the help. I got you. Keep it up, Fred. Will do. Beat buddy.
Ah, shoot. It'll be fine. Just need to give it a little bit more time. There we go. And not actually get hit by the stuff that can actually damage us right now, and there we go.
Turn up the volume. Bring the pain, yo.
Spotting it at once. I think we might have just ended up obliterating the boss one first. Or no, never mind. We did the opposite. Well, but it's not something that we did per se, but it's that the boss one ended up being the one that survived. Wouldn't you know it?
Let's keep it up. Indeed. Leave it to me, yo. Roger.
And now we just have to dodge because it's gonna be obnoxious about this.
Oh yeah! Looking good, brother. Ain't no stopping us now. We got this.
Jesus Christ. Any minute now.
Yes, got it.
And apparently this freaking trap that we can hit it with the poison chains is not good enough to get it to stop. Get it to actually stay in place. And now it's so low in health that I don't even want to bother with, for fuck's sake. Well, I was gonna say I don't even want to bother with that thing, but if it tries to multiply... I guess we'll see how long it's potentially gonna take to kill that littler one. And it actually becomes sensible to try and target it after the big boy dies. Any minute now. There we go. This one is just probably gonna die a lot faster by the looks of things. And probably actually going to be vulnerable to this poison chains thing, so it'll help that much more. Fuck, I mean, we barely made it. We just had like a bit of a scrape at the end there, but we did it. We bit the big jellyfish. And it looks like the Nagipane is about to get replaced, but first it needs to actually hit that threshold. Won't. I always have to raise an eyebrow whenever I see an actual word like that written out in one of these games, but that's Nomura for you, I guess. A veritable success. We definitely were Fury Noise this time. Got a good feeling about this. So to Tipsy Toes Hole or Uragawa. Already.
Let's have a look.
Hold on, before we do that, let's fight one of the bear noise, I guess, so we can get a head start on the next pin for Nagi. Probably a good idea.
Don't do anything stupid.
Okay. And maybe, you know, just maybe it would possibly be a good idea to try and get some more drops from the Tradish frogs, but yeah, I get the feeling that at the place I'm going, I'm probably not gonna try to do that quite yet. Until I actually hit post-game. I'll go up if that had actually hit, which it very clearly didn't. There's also birds, which means that we should probably focus on birds so they don't end up dropping our psychs later on. There we go. And our attention returns to the frog. And it probably would a little bit more so, if not for the fact that the way that it's being fucking tossed around up and down in the air by these very combo that we're using.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going. It's over. Let's turn up the volume, yo. We got this.
Express thy humble contribution.
Perfecto. You're done for. Let's turn up the volume, yo. We got this.
Hey, Ember. Sure is a Bob moment, perhaps. And you could interpret that statement in a variety of ways. It could be the... Oh, I should probably go ahead and actually immobilize the bear. Speaking of red bears, there's one right here.
We really killed it out there.
Unfortunately, it's a spooky red bear and not the cool red bear type that we actually have here in the chat.
I feel like we deserve
On this one, so yeah, it's literally the reason why I decided to use this one. So I could level it up again, but not evolve it this time. But yeah, very much a Bob moment. Could be in the sense that we're have the potential to smile maniacally at the prospect of imminent victory, or it could be in the sense that we're faced with some bizarre dream construct. And that is apparently going to try to destroy us. I guess we're going to equip this one again. This one is not fully evolved or leveled up or whatever it is that I'm trying to say, and this one I guess I'm gonna try to... Well, they have a few options here, really, but... Actually, that's good. How does this one work? Hold on. Hold and release to close it and assail them with your fists, then finish with a hard hit, so you do it like a full combo automatically when it's... That sounds weird, but... It might be worth trying out. But I felt like I probably wanted to do this one first. Let's do this one first. Probably gonna be stuck with that one for a hot minute anyway. This one's going to finish evolving soon, and I'm not sure what I'll do when that one's done, but that will be decided upon in time. This one probably has a pretty clear follow-up.
We're going again.
But alright, we're going again. I mean, by the sound of things, it kind of sounded like there's gonna be a pretty chunky amount of those noise zombies in the end, independently of what we do, but I guess this will make some kind of a difference. Or are we actually gonna be dealing with them, is what I'm wondering right now. Hope you're ready for the party Shiba's throwing for yous. It's gonna look a little bit different this time. I'd say it ain't quite as lovely as I was hoping it'd be. Speaking of statesmen that I can relate to on a daily basis, didn't think you did something, didn't you, Mr. Window Canada? I think that earns you a visit from a very special guest. He's just dying to meet you. This guy? Well, I guess he did come into under the influence of the noise, but surely that doesn't mean that he's gonna be stuck with that. Let me just reintroduce some noise into his system, which I guess he's not going to be opposed to at all. And then... guess we're maybe gonna have to pull off the same thing that we did in the first game, where we have to fight him as well. And maybe even Karya too. Or, no, he's Karya. Usuki, I meant. So yeah, we had to fight these two as bosses twice in the first game. Once when they were normal, and once when they were possessed by these spooky kind of mind control pins. Maybe something similar is about to happen now, even though it looks like Uzuki's kind of taking care of things to a degree. I'll be able to handle the RG all by myself. Well, ain't that a bummer. I mean, I knew the guy was powerful and all, but I didn't think he'd be able to shake the noise and come to his senses so easy. That puts me in a bit of a bind. I'm just gonna say this out loud. Yeah, well. Uzuki Yashiro, Kokikarya. Gonna have to mark both of yous down as traitors to the Reapers. Just based on that one motion. My loyalty has always been to my city, not to a scumbag like you. But I guess we're not gonna see it that way under the current administration. Bureaucracy. So maybe we're gonna be fighting him instead. The true power of the Noise Master. He's gonna like fuse with his noise. And do some kind of spooky emolument. Different Cantus thing, maybe. Better get to the border. We can handle this guy, can we? Well, I guess we don't really have a choice. In the matter, do we? So how do you plan on taking care of the RG? Well, I mean, potentially the Reapers can actually get out of the actual UG areas. Unlike the players, so we're just gonna leave. some of these characters actually do get a light blush in some of those sprites. But now...
Well...
You punks are in for a surprise if you think you're going down easy. Ain't like the flunkies you fought before. So much other I'm gonna throw a new confrontational image at you. Of myself.
Okay, we got this.
I mean, this doesn't seem like... Okay, this does look spooky, but... doesn't actually seem like it would be a full-on boss confrontation, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, let's just pop this right away, though. I don't like the idea of... or I don't think I have much faith in the idea of being able to raise this up again if there are fucking tinfoil bears and tinfoil wolves in this encounter. Ooh, that actually worked out pretty well. That's the same kind of super kick that Minamoto did at the very start of the game with the pins that he had. Oh boy. What was this guy doing the whole time? Was he like just hanging back until he decided to jump out of the corner? Interesting.
I feel like we deserve better.
And now that Snick, like poison chain thing is mastered. I wonder what I could swap it out for, but I get the feeling that it might not happen immediately. And speaking of Minamoto, I get the feeling that maybe, just maybe, we're actually gonna hear from him again, even though he's been gone for like most of the game at this point. In a way, my noise could lose to a bunch of sluts like you. Guess we're just on a whole nother level from you. Even though that technically wasn't him doing the confronting there. Watch your mouth, wise ass. Unless, of course, something's gonna happen in a cutscene.
Trash.
Courtesy of this guy, which probably would have been a bit of a bigger surprise if I hadn't literally just called that from the moment that a certain face was seen in the beginning of the chapter vision. Time to take out the trash.
What?
Hold up. What's Pieface doing here, yo? I guess nobody else has actually recognized him until now, but finally someone who can. He's a Reaper, I think, or used to be a Reaper, so that would make 3 ex-Reapers on our team if he comes back in. Was a Reaper, but he's not anymore. Doesn't mean he's any less powerful, though. But Pete somehow can't remember, even though you'd think that Pete would remember pretty, yeah, pretty closely, but I guess Fred helped him there. The booty over there made a mess of the whole city back in the day. He's one tough brother. Yeah, I guess taboo noise didn't actually come up in this game at all, did it? Just a plague noise.
What you say?
Hell, you come back for you.
Curious.
And why now of all times? So Katoa. What are your damn mind? Well, I mean, he did help us in the start of the game before Pete showed up. I understand all that math shit coming out of his mouth. Well, I guess they didn't, but Rendo looked it up on the phone sometimes. That's pretty much the answer to that question. If I may be so bold as to interject, I have studied Lord Tomonami's countenance and temperament quite thoroughly. I believe I am uniquely qualified to comment on his doppelganger's current demeanor. That doesn't seem like it would be extrapolable, but he's actually doing this. Since a substantial difference from when he acted as our erstwhile companion, his scent has changed significantly. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say the look in his eyes. Burned as if the owner were consumed by some uncharacteristically fiery intensity. It's an illustrated kid is quite a treat to behold this unseen side. I fear it may also be a harbinger of some grim turn of events. I mean, we don't really know what he's been doing this whole time, do we? Witness similar phenomena in the mines I've delved into, albeit rarely. It may be related to the Noi, or not. What's he gonna do first? Is he actually the one that's related to the birds? Converge upon me, noise beyond measure. Is he gonna be the boss of this day? Which would be quite a change. But yeah, what are those bird noise supposed to be? Is what I would ask. Reversing the flow of time produces this energy-consuming trash. Oh, so that's like a byproduct of the time travel shit? Which is not something that I think was necessarily properly foreshadowed until now. I've already determined the factor that spurs their multiplication. It seems they're drawn to T differentials, which suggests a degree of interdimensionality, but then their point of origin must be a different dimension. A multiversal plane. And now that he's apparently pulled more of them into himself, is he gonna be like the return of Leo Cantus, or something else entirely? I want to say this doesn't quite look the same as when he did the noise fusion dance in the... no, maybe not quite in the first game. Don't know what kind of bond you think you had with him, but let me tell you, brother don't care about that now. Been 3 years and he ain't changed a bit. There ain't nothing he won't do to get what he wants. Well, apparently the whole reason that he came back to be able to be here in the first place after everything that happened at the end of the first game was because of Koko Atarashi, who we've seen in a few cutscenes in this game, but we have yet to have any kind of direct contact with. Where's he doing to him, though? Can't afford to go within him. You already used our powers once today, yeah, so... if this turns out to be worse than the freaking zombie army, then surely...
Put you out of your misery.
I guess that kind of looks like the Leo Cantus noise symbol from the first game, but can't really look at it clearly enough to where I can see that for sure. I guess it is kind of like Leo Cantus, but gonna have to run that by me again. But yeah, I want to say that it looks. Oh god.
Any resemblance to Lord Tomonami has vanished.
Okay, no, I think it is supposed to be
Out of character.
Leo Cantus after all, somehow, but... doesn't seem to have quite the same countenance that you might have expected. But he even pulls off the same trick, where it's just like
Appears he's acquired some sort of armor.
I mean, is the armor gonna be good enough to... yeah, what does that mean for... I mean,
Work even harder to kick his ass.
and does it also mean that we can't hurt him with a certain element? I guess we might as well hit him with the water stuff, if that's ostensibly gonna be better against his fire armor that he might have right now, probably, question mark.
Damn, it's like he's reading our every move.
Twas a calculated counter indeed. But perhaps
I mean,
we can
yeah.
use his perfection to our advantage.
How would that work, though? I mean, I don't think there was much of a science to the whole, he teleports away every time you try to hit him and you fight him at the end of week 2 in the first game.
We must relieve him.
Beyond just being...
Lest we endure that assault again.
Ooh. Just like, very carefully time the times when he's actually tangible, I guess, and hit him then. God, we're somehow able to pull off some degree of, you know, combo synergy here, so that's gonna be significant. And now he's got the armor back. Yeah, I'm not really too sure how much we can do different from what we're doing so far, but I guess what we can do different is just try to be a bit more proactive with the dodges, but
How's that? Better than expected?
okay, we're really not doing all that well as far as being able to survive this stuff. Let's try to do this. Hit him with a special, even though that's not really gonna heal us, is it? Might do something to him. Okay, I'm not sure what's happening now, but we're getting a tiny amount of health back just based on the shit. Some of the region stuff that we have, but yeah, it didn't really go all that way, did it? Let's try to open the menu first. And this time we can't change the difficulty, I guess, can we, if we can go to the record swing, but before we attempt to consider that, let's I guess swipe out some of this stuff. That might help. We can improve our defense. Can we pull off any of these things? Actual abilities. Might as well try to do that. Immortal Peril. Proven landing a beat drop combo, but it's not that great as far as base stats, but I might as well run one of these things. Let's try this. We don't really need like any of the what's it called? The oh, this is a lot actually. Bit of a change. And apparently it is for Windows, so let's put it on him. This would be better as far as base stats. I guess we're gonna focus on base stats right now, since I don't think we're gonna be able to do much more than that. As far as trying to get some of those abilities active. Well, this one would increase the drop rate by 15 if we could pull it off, which apparently one of us can pull it off now, but you know what, might as well give it to the person who can pull it off. Let's give him something else instead. Let's give him maybe this HP up, attack up, HP up. Let's go with HP up and have Shoga use this. And that having been put out of the way, what else can we do? We can put this on. We can put on any of these. Well, speaking of Shoga, let me see if I can improve with anything that's both better as far as base stats and has some abilities that you can pull off that the others can't. I guess not. Not for that part of the ensemble, at least. This one could work. Don't want my attack to decrease, though. Okay, well, it has like relatively high style. I guess Red. I guess we can give him this. Just to get a general overall improvement. And this one's probably a good idea to equip with literally anyone. At this time. Any of these would be better for her, but can't pull off any of this stuff. What about the one that she has right now? Uninterruptible. Might as well try to stick with that one. Might as well keep that one too. I guess go with this. And as for beat, this would be better for him, and so will this, which can't tells me how about the freaking base stats are. But can he actually pull that off? No, he can't, can he? No, yes he can. I guess he's just wearing that now. And that does give him HP up, so let's see. Do we want to change this? I guess not that. Do we want to change this? Not really, no. Okay, let's go like this. I guess we should be thrown right back into the fight, unless we want to change the pins as well, but let's see if just changing the clothes loadout makes a difference here.
Hey, back me up here, will ya?
Your number's up is what he said. I didn't catch that at all the first time.
He's not on our side anymore, is he?
Any resemblance to Lord Tomonami has vanished. How utterly out of character.
Ah, dear. He thinks that the difference in defense that we just made probably will make a difference. Yeah, I definitely do seem to be taking on a lot less damage now. You know, even when he took on the Leo Countess form before, in the first game, when you fight him as the boss of Week 2, I'm pretty sure that when he said so set as low as the voice clip when that happened, it was a lot more intelligible than pretty much anything he's saying here.
Damn, it's like he's reading our every move.
Well, not our every move. We are in fact able to hurt him at least somewhat. Okay, no, I'm pretty sure that we are in fact hurting him, or taking the same... Not taking... well, we're obviously hurting him, that's not up for question, that's what I was referring to just now, but... we are taking a similar amount of damage from the attacks that he does land now, but maybe we can... oh shit. Ooh, okay. Oh shit, oh fuck.
Yo, cut us some slack, dog!
We must relieve him of his armor.
Is he doing the same kind of thing that, like you get with, what's it called, with Elytrion in Monster Hunter, where you need to hurt it more when it's in like the charge up phase, and that'll result in the, like the big super attack that it does after a while, doing less damage. I feel like something like that might be at play here. Did he put on the shield again already? Yeah, he did. I think that we are able to hurt him at least. Jeez. Oh jeez. Double oh jeez. Ooh. Yeah, I still need to get a better read on his attacks to actually figure out the proper way to counter them, but... yeah, not doing all that great of a job at actually trying to not take damage from the Mamai. Okay, so he's not got a lot of armor left. Okay, so if we just keep away from him when he does that attack, it seems like that's probably good enough to knock the damage from it, but we're still taking plenty of damage from the rest of his attacks. That's a wee bit of a problem. Yeah, he's got the same kind of problem when we fight him when we fight the shark noise, which is that there's only so many things we can do that actually match up with these small windows of time in which he's actually vulnerable. That's what I was trying to say. Okay, so when he punches into the ground to like loose with one of those pillars of fire. Oh shit. He's gonna follow that up, not just with the big pillar of fire attack, but also with the charge. That much I am able to figure out now. I am making a very conscious effort to dodge at this point for most of his attacks. Impossible. Oh, we got his armor this time. Okay, instead of him being able to do his attack uninterrupted, but in spite of our somewhat considerable increase in defense, it seems like we're still being faced with a bit of a problem, actually. actually making a difference there. I mean, should we be trying to hurt him all that much? And he's not got the armor on, because it seems like he's not really going to stop attacking relentlessly, or dodging relentlessly, I guess. The opposite of what I said, in a sense. God damn it. Okay, so I can't just interrupt whatever I'm doing and dodge as reliably as I would hope by the looks of things. God. When those freaking pillars of fire just kind of pop up in front of the camera, that doesn't really help matters either. But yeah, it seems like it makes at least a little bit of a difference when we do manage to knock down the armor before the super attack actually comes up. So let me try one other thing in my loadout to change before we do anything else. Let me, well, get this out of the way for a couple of different reasons. First of all, it's not really doing anything against the boss in this fight. And also I think that maybe, just maybe, we might be able to outfit Shoka or anyone really with a healing pin. We should have a few of those, let's see. Strength, new brand level, psych. Well, this one has the healing aura. These all have the healing aura psych. I guess maybe we could try this one. What does this one do exactly? Restores a large amount of HP, but it's single use. Okay, well, how much is it? Can we actually see that? Doesn't look like we can, no. I'm thinking that I might actually end up favoring this one more, but this one like barely heals you. Engage will not refill automatically, but it does in fact reboot, so you can in theory get an indefinite amount of healing out of that one, but might be a little too weak for our purposes right now. Purposes we're looking for. This one also has healing aura, I hadn't seen that. This one will not refill automatically, but it does have a thing. Bootleg Tune has inspiring aura. Let's try this one. Let's try CL, CR, and then R. Let's see how this one works. So now instead of trying to do L to do the poison chains,
It's game time, yo.
I'll try to do CL to heal every so often. I guess we're gonna hold off on that for probably the start of the fight. I can already perceive my intention to.
Any resemblance to Lord Tomonaga has vanished. How utterly out of character.
Goodness, yeah. Well, maybe I could use this as an opportunity to actually try and figure out how the okay, so I get a feeling that actually trying to attack him continuously might not be the best idea at first.
Some sort of armor.
Okay.
What's that mean for us, yo?
That we've got to work even harder to
Now we
keep
have
his
to
out.
actually fully empty out the healing pain every time that we hope to.
Damn, it's like he's reading our every move.
Well, not a every move, perhaps. But yeah, I feel like this pin actually will end up
Use his perfection to our
giving
favor.
us indefinite healing, which will probably turn out to be quite useful in this after all. Oh, goodness. And yeah, let's hit him with everything we have. I feel like we probably will be able to. Oh fuck, never mind. I was gonna say we probably will be able to get rid of the armor before he pulls up his super here, but not this time it seems. What a shame.
Yo, cut us some slack, dog.
We must relieve him of his armor, lest we endure that assault again.
Well, we did relieve him of his armor, but apparently not quite to the degree that we were hoping. Okay. But yeah, I guess when he's doing this part, there's not really reason to do anything other than watch him call it. No reason to do anything other than just dodge when he actually does attack and retaliate when he doesn't. Not do it like beforehand. Okay, I did try to counter, or dodge rather, not counter, but just dodge that last big launch move that he did, but looks like that might not be as practical as I would be hoping. Oh no, yeah, I saw that coming, but I guess too late that time. Here it goes. Okay, come on, Peach, I believe in you. You can totally finish off the rest of his armor before he does a super attack. There we go. Okay, and now he's back in dodgy face. Okay. Oh, we're not actually able to retaliate exactly directly with that now. But we should be using up the healing pin so we can get it recharged faster, whenever we actually do need it next. Oh shit, we actually are able to fucking build it up even more, which is I was not expecting. I don't know exactly what we need to do still. I feel like it's the same kind of quote-unquote mystery that we deal with when we're doing the... Well, when we did this fight, basically the equivalent of it in the first TWEWY. Yeah. Well, I don't actually know what it is, what that I'm actually aiming for. To be able to hit it with his super dodgy states. But apparently there is a trick to it that we can master. But yeah, apparently equipping that healing pin is making a big difference. It means that we actually will survive this to the end, probably. I guess this reminds me a little bit of the taboo Minamimoto fight that we could do, like, pretty much halfway through week 3. In the first game, but that also technically wasn't the final boss, boy. I think that we literally were mere moments away from finishing the armor. Yeah, we actually finished the armor after I did that attack, which is fucking weird and kind of funny. Oh, that actually did hit him. Even if I am still very much hustling and puzzled over the exact timing needed to reliably be able to... Ooh. I suppose I will never fully know the secret of that. Oh shit, I can see what he's doing now. The secret of the timing, but I can at least try to guess at it. Something seems to have, some kind of headway seems to have been made in that front at least once, so I can call that something, surely. It seems that he is a lot less vulnerable to the combo stuff when he's got the armor on, though. Yeah, we're perfectly fine, don't you know? Yeah, that time it was absolutely no question that we were going to be able to get rid of that of the armor in time. And now we're just waiting for literally anything to recharge. A little bit different. And then when you get knocks down, gets knocked down. I might have actually said that probably before, but my very perceptive self missed it entirely. Okay, time to make a little bit more of an effort to dodge if I, lest I actually get screwed over in the final stretch of this.
Not bad.
Or would I at least would hope to be the final stretch of this. Insignificant users. I don't even think he said insignificant and shit like that when we fought in the first game. But, to be perfectly honest with you, it's not nearly as hindering of a catchphrase as so sad or slow. But, oh, we got his armor. I thought that we had actually managed to finally empty out his health bar, but not quite yet. Just a little bit, hopefully. There we go.
How do you like that?
A true victory in that fight. For me would have been to actually been able to build up the special to 300 and use that, but...
Damn, guess I ain't on my game today.
Might have been a bit too tricky, but well, we're mutating Top of the Adventurers at least into an inseparable pair, and we got a pin drop from that. Shishio.
He's unstoppable!
Oh, and
What do we do now? Run?
That would be advisable.
the music.
Ain't got no other choice.
Then let's scram while we can.
Right. Come on.
Hey! Might have pushed myself too hard.
B, are you okay?
Don't stop! Keep going!
But what about you?
I'ma stay here and keep them at bay.
Preposterous!
I can't give y'all a speed boost right now, so I gotta slow them down instead. You feel? What are you waiting for? Go!
And leave you behind?
I'm trying to buy y'all some time here, yo!
And what happens when you run out of time?
We'll see.
No, we won't. There's no way we're letting you face them all by yourself. You're gonna get erased.
What? You don't think I can handle them?
No, I don't.
Defeat is inevitable.
Y'all cold, yo!
And you're hurt, Worms for Brains.
Either we all escape together, or we all fight together.
Look, I'm gonna need you to chill for a sec. We all stay and fight, we all get erased. Ain't nobody gonna be left to save Shibuya. I'll catch up with you later, but for now, y'all gotta go. Sorry, pal. Can't let you through! Beat!
Come on, work.
Over my dead body!
Who's that?
Got me good, yo.
You okay?
No way.
Who the hell is that?
No idea. Here, let me help you.
Can't believe you're back.
Believe it.
Oh shit.
Where the hell you been this whole time, yo? I looked all over for you.
So, who's that guy?
An unfamiliar face, to be sure.
He's on our side, though, right?
Who are they? Friends of yours?
Yeah, we tight. They's my teammates this time around. We've been playing one hell of a game together, yo. Yo, Rindo, you alright?
Yeah, we're fine. A new game, huh? Don't worry, I'm here to help. Shinjuku got destroyed, but I won't let that happen again. Not here.
You're from Shinjuku?
About time you showed up.
Ah, where are my manners? Pleased to meet you. I'm Tosai Furusawa, but you can call me Fred. Who are you?
Me? I'm Neku Sakuraba. Neku? That's my name.
Like, the Neku?
Tis the legend himself.
Can't say I factored you into the equation. Looks like I'll have to recalculate.
Sit your ass back down, Tabooty.
All the points were set as variables, but the projected future remains unchanged. Is a transformation even possible? Hey, you. Masked septogram.
Yes?
Something strange about that power of yours. Same goes for that pin you got there. The cardinality doesn't match the set.
Huh?
That kind of exponential power isn't meant to be wielded by a mere player.
Oh, and what were you planning to use it for?
Knowing Pie Face? Nothing good, yo.
To approach infinity. And if I don't integrate myself with more power, my numbers will get crunched.
Right.
Not sure I follow. There's someone even more powerful we should watch out for?
Huh. The probability exists. As for who it is, that's an equation you'll need to solve for yourself.
So, Neku, did you really mean it when you said you'd help us earlier?
Of course. I want to help you save Shibuya. That all right with you?
Of course it is. I mean, how could we say no to the legendary Neku? I can't believe I'm in the presence of greatness!
I wouldn't go that far. But in any case, it's good to be back.
Is it though? I mean, I guess there you go. The big comeback that was kind of fake teased at first, but the twist is that it wasn't him all along, but then the twist later on is that, surprisingly, it was him all along. It just took much longer to get here. But honestly, what this has me thinking about is if the... like, the whole thing that presumably brought Beat back to, like, be here in the first place, because I think he implied back when we first saw him that he was looking for Neku, and that's what brought him here. And I'm pretty sure that, I mean, I didn't spell it out before, but I'm pretty sure that we also saw Rhyme as secret identity of Swallow. So what the heck is going on between all these different characters, and also does that mean that we're gonna get an actual Shiki repeat appearance? That's something that I have to keep bringing up. It seems to be the one missing piece of the puzzle here, but also I'll just see what follows. And does it also mean that we're not gonna get Minamoto back into the team? Is he gonna be Neko instead?
Shibuya. Everything looks so normal. Was everything I did all for nothing? Huh?
Okay, I guess we don't know what that's about, but that's part of the chapter ending, not the beginning of the next one, which, well, we have to watch now. Day 5. There's still 3 days left in this week. What could happen from here, though?
Oh, hey, Neku.
Hey, Rindo, right?
Yeah, good to finally meet you. Even though it won't be for very long.
Yeah, Beat filled me in a bit. Said beating Shiba will fix everything.
We hope.
Well, we're gonna have to take him down, that's for sure. But I've got a feeling there's someone else, too.
Like who?
Whoever's making all that noise.
Isn't that Shiba?
Might be. 3 years ago, I got dragged back into the UG. When I came to, I was in Shinjuku. Or whatever was left of it. The city was already in ruins by the time I arrived.
Damn. So Shinjuku really did get erased.
Well, it's still there, but it's been cut off from both the RG and the UG. Nobody's there, but it's not completely empty. People's thoughts are still floating around the city like lost souls.
What do you mean?
You can scan people and see what they're thinking, right? It's kind of like that, except the people themselves aren't around anymore. I tried sifting through some thoughts to find out what happened there.
And did you come up with anything?
Nothing concrete, but I did get a new lead. Gotta follow up on that first. But
Oh, whoops.
I've got a Reaper friend who's helping me out. I'll try to touch base.
A Reaper? Is it Karia? Or Uzuki?
Nah, probably nobody you know. Although, those names sound kind of familiar.
Familiar? What? Do you need a smack to jog your memory?
Uzuki!
Uzuki. Is that what your name was?
You really don't remember? First that Skull Kid, and now you too. Unbelievable! The name's Uzuki Yashiro. Try not to forget it this time.
Yeah, sorry.
Where's Karya?
He's resting for now. Dealing with all those noise yesterday really did a number on him.
Right. Thanks for all your help.
Save your breath. We didn't do it for your sakes, Pipsqueak. Listen, Amnesiac. I mean, Neku.
What?
I'm really glad you made it back. Karya and I, we're both doing whatever we can to help. So you'd better do your part too. You got that?
I will. That's why I came back.
Greetings, sheeple of Shibuya. Got some red-hot news for ya.
Shiba.
I'm feeling almost frostbitten in the wake of yesterday's party. After all the trouble I went through to get everyone fired up, too. Although it looks like you all enjoyed yourselves anyway. Color me jealous. Wish I could have personally greeted our newcomer. Welcome back, Neku. I've been looking all over for the player of legend to help spice up my little game. I even went to the RG and back to find him. But all I got were these lousy, wicked twisters. Who in the world would have thought they'd be the last team standing? A scorching hot turn of events for sure. And I'm not turning down the heat just yet. Expect some guest appearances I think you'll love. Including the highly anticipated return of a few old flames.
Old flames?
Stay tuned. And with that, I bid you adieu.
Ugh, he's so infuriating. I'm gonna go throw up. Neku, take care of things here. And as for you, Rindo,
Yes?
you're the leader, aren't you? Start acting like it.
Right.
Hey! Sup, my dudes?
Hey,
Alright, let's get this day started. How's it going, Neku? You good?
you bet.
With the day's broadcast received, we are prepared to march. That being said... What? I worry about the aforementioned old flames. I suspect the Game Master is rather irate that yesterday diverged so greatly from his plans. And given his temperament, we can expect him to seek revenge using the basest of tactics. Much in the way that after Lady Ayano was erased, he brought tragedy upon our dear Lady Kanon the very next day.
Yeah. Wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, he can be a real asshole.
I don't know what Dad Shiba's planning, but if he pulls something, we got your back. Me and Phones is here for you.
It won't be easy, and it might feel hopeless. But the fate of Shibuya is at stake. We've got to try to save it from erasure. We're the only ones who can.
I must emotionally prepare myself.
Jeez, Penny, you look like you's going to a funeral.
Let's just hope it won't be ours, you know?
So, what's the plan?
I was just talking with Rindo about that. We're gonna fight the noise. I'm also gonna need your help with something.
Which would be...
There's something I need to figure out about what happened in Shinjuku.
what about it?
I'll explain everything later. Even I'm not completely sure of what I'm looking for yet.
Okay.
Great. Then let's get going.
This bodes ill. Judging by the Game Master's words from earlier, naught but anguish awaits us. Let my resolve waver if it may. 'Tis my comrades' morale that worries me.
I don't know if I got that impression from the rest of their dialogue, but... You know, it occurs to me from some of the crap that Neku just said that there is technically one other character that I can think of that would have had like an actual, well, a couple really, would have had an actual impact on the game in the first game, and that would theoretically probably still be around, and that would be the composer and the producer. But I don't think they've even been alluded to so far. So I have to wonder how that's gonna go. If that's gonna play into anything. trying to get to Cat Street. Since we're by the station, that means we need to go another way. Well, I guess he hasn't actually been around in Shibuya for a while, even though I thought that he said in the first game that his whole upbringing was in Shibuya. Can't even tell where the heck I am, well. Even though Beat has been around. Uncover the truth behind Shinjuku's eraser. Well, I suppose that's her priority about this moment. But before we do that, does this mean that we have Neku with us as well? Oh boy, and he's got like the very, very useful at this point, no doubt. Shockwave pin. Whipped. What shall we swap that out with? Actually, before we do anything, let's
Let me think this through.
go to social network real quick and see. Apparently we have Neku just here too. Member of the Wicked Twisters and also a legendary player. Sometimes increases the groove earned from beat drop combos performed by Neku and Rindo. I mean, pro tech partners. We go for it. And apparently somebody else that we might be able to uncover today. Is there anything else important that I haven't addressed here from like somebody who would actually... It was like an actual ability that we can reach right now and not something that would just be an item or like an unlocked roster thing, probably not, but I guess we got potentially one more person that we can add to this list on this day.
What to do?
And we don't have any side objectives that we are aware of yet. Let's also check out the noise reports. We have a few new things here. Now to do with the pigs, we got Plague Stinger and Plague Stinger Boss Edition, which does have quite a bit more noise. I guess this was the thing that we had to fight when we had the cannon scene. We have Plague Jelly and Plague Nemopulima. Created by Shiva himself according to this description, so... But yeah, I'm also kind of wondering if the implication... And here's Leo Cantor's Armo. Okay, so it's not the same. It's quick on his feet and fluid on his movements. Those who need, he can hunker down in his armor and wait for the next chance to strike. Well, apparently we got a whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more potentially boss noise things to uncover there, so I have to wonder what they might be, but yeah, let's outfit Neku with something different as well. I'm thinking that, oh, this was mastered already, that was quick. I was gonna say keep her with that if that hasn't been mastered yet, but since it has been, maybe swap it for something else like the black hole popcorn, which apparently might mutate. But as for Neku, didn't we just get like a new Jupiter for the monkey type? Yeah, like spammy and shockwave. Might as well give that to Rindo though. Because the one that he's using right now is technically one that's already mastered. Will this one evolve? It might mutate. Okay. So we should give him something else instead. We could give him another X-spam pin, I guess. That might actually be a good idea. Can't equip any more over pins at this point, but... All but nothing, I guess. If you use that one as a baseline, is this one stronger? That one is stronger, yes. Why not? Let's go ahead and give him that. I'm sure this will work out for us at this time. And we might be able to equip me. It's not wearing anything right now. It might be a good idea actually to try and re-equip my other characters with whatever, or at least some of the stuff that they had on before. We got 173 style though, which is more than I was expecting, so we'll actually be able to pull off some of the crap that we weren't able to pull off before. Not that. Yes, this much shock has already got it activated. Snaggy still has that on as well. Might as well give him the get an arrow thing. But yeah, which of these things that we weren't able to pull off other characters can he actually do? I guess defense boost, boost. This is an option. Could also give him this, but that would be better off for beat if he had a freaking attack of that much, which he doesn't. Can get him this. Can probably get him this. Any synergy? Right, if it depends. Uninterruptible. Let's start with that and see if we can. And we can get better base stats from a lot of these. Guess we better let him have those. And I guess maybe take a look at what the... Well, hold on. Let me take a look at the caps, actually. I think one of these caps is supposed to give you the... This one pushes the drop rate by 3. Yeah, maybe that one. Can he pull that one off? He can pull that one off. Okay, so let's take that off of her and again give it to him. Give her something better, maybe? I don't know if anything that I can put on her is going to be better than this at the time being. Maybe not, actually. Alright. Yeah, methinks that we're probably going to be just fine with this loadout for the time being. And what does our... if we go to the noise report again, our base drop rate is now... It's now pretty ridiculous, which I like a lot. Yeah, we apparently missed the pig noise back there. Oh well. Reached VIP level 5 with the brand, so I might as well put that somewhere. And we were a party's worth of full outfit. There we go. I guess a party's worth in this case would be 6 characters. And now we have the Reaper psychic rank, 41%. Well, might as well get a move on here. I wonder what it's actually gonna be like when we have fucking 6 people in our party at the same time. Can't foresee anything being bizarre. Well, let's move around a bit. Let's play this for just a little while.
Gotta focus.
Don't think I'm gonna be finishing the... Well, we got the return of this track, which I think we had heard before at some point, maybe, just maybe. In this game, but certainly hasn't become as prominent as it has now. We're certainly hearing it now.
I think we've got this.
You know, there's like increasingly large amalgamation of characters in the like pre-battle screen here. That kind of reminds me of the thing that you see in Watch Out the Rise, where the more you do progress for the game, the more gets revealed of the loading screen image. The different mods are showing up. Oh boy, well we can't force the bird to stop right yet. Until incredibly large collection of strikes that we're just fucking unloading at the speed of light here actually comes back. It is a very nice collection of strikes though. I do love this ridiculous amalgamation of firepower. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense that we would need this ridiculous amalgamation of firepower for some of the later game challenges, especially after that boss that we just defeated. I get the feeling that's pretty much the implication that we're gonna give you all this spammy bullshit power, but that's because you're gonna need it. And well, let's take another moment to swap out this pin, since I guess this one's also been mastered. Maybe we can give Fred to this one next, another trick cards thing from Monochrome, which doesn't evolve. Sure, let's go with that. It's hardly even stronger than the one that we had before, that was from Cavallo del Re. I don't even know how you would say that in Italian, to be perfectly honest, I don't know, but I did recently at least look it up, and apparently Il Cavallo del Re is in fact a correct way to formulate that sentence in Italian. I don't know if you would have to say cavallo or cavallo, though. I could tell you myself. I did spy another Uber pin down here that I guess we can't use yet, though. Oh, it's another one of these. I think this is the one that we got automatically from completing that previous day, isn't it? But yeah, let's get over to Cat Street. Maybe. I thought I had already exited the screen, but apparently I miscalculated. I had to go over here. See what happens in Cat Street at least. Try to find that out. Maybe have a few chats on the way, maybe. Or encounters. What's Shinjuku like now? I mean, Now it's just nothing. All that's left are shadows, faint impressions of people and their thoughts. So, I mean, how does... If Shinjuku was erased from history as part of this whole inversion thing, how does that work on a physical level? Like, is the dead husk of that area still, like, physically existing and it's just like no one's aware of it for some reason? Or did it, like... Is it like a chunk of space that somehow got erased from existence as well? Apparently not based on how they're talking here, but yeah. Like the whole inversion thing, meaning that you get erased from history, raises a lot of questions, and it feels like those are not really being addressed all that great, but... So we better just roll with it. Your whole town just went poof. Low-key like it better here in Chibuya anyway, so yeah, I'm good. Well, get over that quick. What were you doing in that part of Tokyo in the first place? Someone wanted me there though, I just know it, well, I mean... I got a question, how'd you wind up back here? I mean, did this all happen over the course of like 3 years, apparently, between the first game and this one, even though... The whole thing where apparently Neko was able to foresee the destruction of Shinjuku happened right at the end of the first game, or at least the Switch version. Is it that easy to rock up to the Booyah these days? Reaper found me, sought me out, told me Shibuya could use my help, and yeah, who could that Reaper be? Would it be anybody else from the first game that we don't remember, or Noise somehow? Noise. Why did I say Noise first? Could Rhyme somehow have become a Reaper, or could Shiki somehow have become a Reaper? Or could it be fucking Joshua or Hanekoma? Or just being referred to as Reapers now for some reason. Wasn't the street so much as, well, it's sort of hard to explain. Or maybe he's talking about Atarashi, actually. That would make the most sense out of literally everything that I just said, all the names that I just mentioned. But I mean, they weren't exactly on friendly terms at the end of A New Day from Final Remix, were they? So I gotta wonder what happened there. Nothing felt off, and I looked to see what it was. He found us.
Seriously, yo?
So I guess he got here immediately and then immediately found what was going on with Miramimoro. What to do with Mr. Minami? Like, who is he? An asshole, that's who. 3 years ago, he was a Reaper-sized thorn in our sides. Well, there's all QT and we're all WTF. I'm bother trying to figure him out. Well,
yeah.
Let's just say we didn't see eye to eye on certain subjects when we first met. He's not the same person anymore, he's changed. Well, I mean, he got demoted, there's that. Remember how crazy he used to be? Something tells me he's different, or trying to be at least. No, he is on our side, question mark. Even though Pete says no still. Probably a serial killer to boot. Well, I mean, depending on whether or not you consider erasing people in the UG killing, then probably, yeah, I mean, there's also that scene from the first game where he pretty much tried to attack Joshua in the RG. With a gun. That looked very comical, but... But I guess that conversation's over. Now let's go ahead and build up some extra groove here from the dash, but also maybe Ryoji will have something different at this point. Goodness, well, apparently yeah, we can trade 500,000 yen for this. Which does what? It slows the flow of time, oh boy. Or we could trade right now. What are we trading? Dark Matter, Debarion, and Shadow Matter for this. Holy guacamole. It creates Guardian Glaives, which is just like a thing that surrounds you? Chances of greatly burning the enemy. You know what? Sure, might as well grab this one.
See you around.
Let's move.
Oh boy, what do we got here? Wait, is that... What's her face? She's just magically back from the void. Unless... the other people can't see her. She's here. No, I guess they can't see her. It's not the Reaper we encountered the other day. You cannot see into her mind.
Well, well.
Is that the end of that sentence? Meaning that she's like a fake husk thing? I guess so.
This sucks.
She's clearly walking and talking just fine. we scan her, there'd be a hint somewhere in her soul.
Oh.
Oh, and apparently he can scan even better now. Couldn't exactly scan people the old-fashioned way. There's no soul in there, she's empty.
Well then.
Maybe that's gonna be like his special cinematic ability thing. She's completely lost herself, now she's just noise. Even after someone's gone, their thoughts and memories can get left behind. My bet is that the noise has latched onto some of hers, so it's just pretending to be her. Absorbed her leftover thoughts and took on her appearance. So we're not gonna get a repeat of the old flames. Oh boy, I guess that would make sense. So can they see the actual flame, like stinky noise aura? And something that I'm also kind of wondering is if the people in the RG can't see her, or if I guess because she's noisy, she wouldn't be visible in the RG.
Never ends.
Okay, so we're not gonna get a repeat of her, like, noise form boss encounter. Instead, we're going to fight the... Well, I was gonna say regular noise, but I guess if we got fucking plague noise, that probably is not quite gonna cut it to be described as regular noise. Oh shit. Come on, pop it now.
You ready?
Just spam as hard as possible until this thing becomes usable. It's gonna be the plan of attack for the time being. I also target the wolves first, that's also gonna be part of the plan. That probably is gonna give us a better fighting chance against whatever's left after we're done with them.
Not bad. Let's just say you owe me one.
But yeah, apparently even the freaking plague noise is not gonna be too much of an issue now that we have this much spam power behind us.
It's an honor to be recognized.
I guess even with the new adjustments that we made to our drop rate bonuses that we get from the clothes, we have an even better chance of actually farming more pins from the plague noise. That seems like pretty good news. I'll recommend this application to you. It has healed many a wounded heart, but the fucking thing that she plays. Okay then. Or Elestra for brevity. Oh, there you go. Shan't force it upon you, I simply think it might help to take your mind off unpleasant matters. Characters are simply incredible and the gameplay boasts surprising depths. Wink wink. Try it when I need a pick-me-up. If only it were that easy though. I guess we're just gonna continue on to Cat Street. Suki's texting us and she's using stickers. Take it easy on today's noise. All the team leaders are back. They've taken out their turf across the city, oh boy. Is this gonna be a turf war thing? Or at least some kind of a bizarre, perverted simulation of it. There's a good chance you'll run into them, so watch your backs. Got it? Oh, there you go. She's apparently annoyed to have to talk to us, but she will still use these goofy stickers. Get a hold of that Reaper I told you about. Still need to get to Cat Street. Oh boy. So maybe we're gonna be meeting her in the present finally. Well, I guess we're not actually gonna be doing a bizarre reenactment of the Shibuya like turf war thing on this day. But we're gonna have to fight more of that plague noise that's disguising itself as the super dead people, I guess, and also fight some pigs. Surely in order to have a super spammy 6-person party, we're gonna be able to kill the pigs easily, right? Right? Right.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh Jesus, okay, no. Maybe not, actually.
Let's keep it up. Nice work.
Okay, there. Now that I take care of that, yeah, that blue pig. It's gonna be a little bit difficult, I think, though, to Took care of only the blue pigs here. Especially if the others keep getting in the way. Uh-oh. Oh god, what am I doing? I'm changing them to red pigs even though it looks like there's actually less red pigs, so let's get red pigs, hold on. Yeah, these fucking, what are they called? These bomb pigs are probably actually gonna cause some trouble here. Come on. Yeah, surely we can deal with them here. Oh boy. Almost out of time, but I mean, hopefully not more of these fuckers have blown up in the meantime that I wasn't looking. I think they have, or else that guy wouldn't be there. Fuck. Okay, so this could be a problem. We might actually have to work away from all these pig puzzles. Or not, never mind. At the last possible moment, we got it. Literally 0 time left.
Well,
100,000 yen. It's that pin that has like that weird gaudy finish to it that looks so out of place when it was added to the final remix. It was only obtainable in the New Day content. I want to say that maybe, just maybe, the 100,000 yen pin looks a little bit less out of place here. But honestly, it's kind of up in the air. We're gonna get interrupted here in Shibuya Hikari. We should probably just do like one more fight, literally just so we can eat here. We're gonna have to buy for 6 people this time.
An enemy approaches.
I trust that one encounter against pufferfish is gonna be enough to clear out the last bit of hunger that we've got to walk through.
Got nothing better to do.
I've got some hunger building up in me, as usual. It's pretty much a given when I've been streaming for a while though. And it does charge up really quickly though, doesn't it? The freaking kick pin that Nagi has right now. I'm actually kind of impressed. Okay, I think that takes care of the fucking pufferfish, so time to move on to the frogs. The frogs which will apparently die a lot faster. Or maybe they all took splash damage from what was happening there before. Bee of 2 minds. Oh, and I think the pin that Beat is using has been mastered, which means it's probably a pretty good pin at least.
what to do?
Wait. No, apparently that thing is not completely emptied out yet. We need to do one more encounter. I would presume we could swap this out. Let me see. Oh yeah, this is another one that we got. Psychic shotgun pin, but let's stick to a CR pin. I like the number of pins, or the specific kind of specific input types that we have right now. We could go back to this one. After movement for a long time, wirebound, slow growth. Yeah, might as well try this one out. We got this one as like as a reward for finishing one of the days too, I guess. So I might as well go and give that one a try. Oh wait, what am I doing? I need to do one more fight. Let's not fight a pufferfish this time though. Let's fight Scorpion.
I suppose combat is inevitable. This'll be easy.
And that does look like a new Scorpion type, so this ought to be interesting. I guess we're gonna be focusing on that new Scorpion type immediately too. Oh shit. Damn it, I timed that poorly, I think. Not like it matters too much, but it bothers me a little bit. Oh shit. I was kind of afraid something like this might happen, but I don't. Have to turn our attention back to the birds briefly so we can not be interrupted by that nonsense. Yeah, go ahead and bind the enemy. I mean, are we binding the enemy with that pin that Beat has right now, or just slowing it down? think it's actually just slowing it down. Seems like it is pretty useful though, or it can be pretty useful.
Worse, you feel?
Quench your first. Well, I guess we're gonna take a quick look at that now, since the pin that Shoka has
Let me think this through.
has also just now been mastered. So let's swap that out for... maybe, just maybe... what is this one? Guardian Waves. Oh shit. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Cannot evolve. It has normal evolution rate, growth rate. What does it say? Let's see. Stop their movements for a long time, it says, but it does kind of look like does kind of look like it's slowing them down rather than just stopping them altogether. Then, being honest here. Well, we should be able to eat now, so let's go ahead and eat. I wish I could eat right now, but it probably will be eaten in just a few minutes. But actually, hold a moment before we buy anything from the from here. Let me check the social network real quick. So real quick, because we should also have that person in here somewhere. And the shopkeeper there. And I don't know if we had the opportunity to... yeah, we have. I think. To expand the menu for that thing. So might as well take it. We can also go to Ryugu and see if we can spend more money there, but maybe not right now. Let's hold on to our money for the time being.
Oh, greetings.
But let's also look at the triple matcha parfait. Let's see who likes this. I'm guessing that's his neutral expression. Does he like anything more? I'm guessing that's his not quite so neutral expression, so... I guess he likes this one the most, so we'll give him that. We'll give him that, maybe? If he doesn't like this one more, we'll give him that, yeah, okay. And as for Rindo, we'll give him either that or one of these two down here if he likes it more. Okay, that'll do.
Well, let's eat.
Man, I am starving!
yo! Oh man, I can't get enough.
That
Really
sets
hit
the spot.
And there we go.
I'm back again.
New food item added to our repertoire. Ooh. Oh shit. Now apparently before we leave the screen we're gonna have to deal with Fuya. Or the Fuya phantom that's created by the noise, I guess.
What?
You weren't around for that. Neither was Neku or, well, I guess Shoka wasn't around for the moment that it happened, but she would have known who he was, probably. Come to rain on my parade once more. Guess I'll have to blow you out of the water, bro. You know, I never can tell how you're supposed to. Well, I don't think you're supposed to do anything with that, but... you can never tell what would be the least terrible way to try and pronounce it when, you know, you got the alternating lowercase and uppercase letters like that. Feels like no matter what you do, it's just gonna sound weird and unnatural, but I suppose that might be the point. Oh dear. Even though we're ostensibly dead ourselves, except that, I don't think we are dead actually, now that I think about it. I mean, maybe Shoka, since he's a Reaper, and I would imply that she never actually came back to life, but... I mean, one plot point that we kind of still have dangling up in the air is the fact that one of the players in this game suspected that they were not actually dead when they were forced into the game, and I mean, a lot of what Shiba has said in his dialogue pretty much implies that no, that is not the case. He somehow figured out some kind of weird, bizarro scheme to bring people into the game even if they're not dead, so... it kind of implies that whatever's going on, I guess at least most of the people that are on this team right now aren't actually dead. Okay, they just kind of stopped talking about that a while ago. Doesn't really come up in a hot minute. But I'm pretty sure that the whole reason that that came into my mind to begin with right now is because they're doing like like meta ghost busting by taking care of these noids that are pretending to be other people. This game's whack. Not that ours was much better, but still. Reapers gave us a hell of a time back then, but man. You ever thought I'd wind up back in the UG with you? Even I ain't that stupid. Them Shinjuku Reapers have been pulling people from the RG. That's how they got me, same with Rindo and them. Okay, I guess they're literally gonna talk about it right now, like right after I brought it up again. I think you said we was violating the rules of realism or some shit. Just like back when you up and disappeared. Now it's like we never existed at all back home. Okay, so did that also happen to Shinjuku? That happened to like us as people if we were like removed from the RG where... Well, that wouldn't work because it's not like... that would literally go back to the whole question of you're like a collection of matter and you're being dragged from like one plane of reality to another, I guess, maybe, possibly, but you do that with an actual location that isn't just, you know, it's a bunch of space, not just objects. I don't know. But yeah, I wonder who could be behind this ghostly kidnapping. I mean, I get a feeling that if we are gonna meet someone who is the person that I think it is, then it will be somebody that Beat knows.
Hi.
Beat and maybe Shiki? I think it was just Neko and Beat that technically were involved directly with the plot of A New Day in Final Remix, though.
Let me think this through.
Let me think this through and also go ahead and place this pin since it's been mastered. What with... Could actually go back to one of the bomb pins. That might be this might actually be a good time to do that now that I think about it. This one is one that I'll probably want to get to at some point, but for now let's pop this one. Which apparently has the potential to poison. Probably a good thing. But yeah, I was guessing this might also be just kind of a exposition kind of day. Oh hey, isn't that the ghost girl who we kept seeing? No, it's just like a regular schoolgirl who has been like draped almost completely in that sort of ethereal dark sludge that I guess is covering everything right now and it's just not moving. And I see Moto in the way to Cat Street. Is this the only way to... yeah. I mean, Cat Street is like literally the next street over after we go through Tower Records, so... surely it won't take us that long to get there.
Hey.
Here we go. Hey, mi amigo. Even though if that was actually supposed to be read in... with Spanish pronunciation, that would be I, not A, but... I mean, what else is new? Even after he's been technically actually removed from the board. Still complaining about the way that he wrongly incorporates those words into his speech. Not just because it's fucking frivolous language mixing, but because he doesn't even use them right, even if it wasn't. This makes today's ordeals far less psychologically taxing on me than Trials Past. Boy. You can obviously tell we're struggling. She's really good at reading people and not just because of her powers. So it would seem. You gonna make Nagi fight your battles for you? Well, I guess not. She'll be able to handle him on her own. No, I think it's gonna be just fine. So I guess she actually is using her ability to like...
Who wants a piece of fret?
Pop into like their inner selves, which is nothing but noise, and just kind of rip them up from the inside out by doing that. Seems a little funky when I phrase it like that, but it does feel like that is pretty much what's going on from the way that the characters have described it. masterfully done, even though we didn't quite manage to... Oh no, we did. Never mind.
Let's wreck 'em!
Completely disregard what I was about to say. Instead, let's wreck him. Let's use this very timely and updated slang language. I mean, to be honest with you, they did do something like that in the first game too. Really try to use this like elite funky talk, but it didn't seem forced in that game, I want to say. Maybe I'm just looking back at it a bit hastily, but I mean, they didn't actually use it unironically to the point that it seemed forced. It feels like this game has been a little bit less successful in that regard. But not to the point that it's distracting. Or at least too distracting. Here we come, Cat Street, all those noise, we're gonna get beat. That kind of matched the meter. Next threat to appear before us will doubtless be canon, yeah. Wherefore must our destination be so far away? I mean, it's literally just one street over. It is truly lamentable indeed. I'm kind of impressed that even though a bunch of the shit that Motoi said didn't make sense in any context, they actually did manage to pull off the correct use of the word wherefore. I don't know what I can take away from that. This week's a lot tougher than I thought it would be. It's not so, I mean, might be because it's the last week. I talked a big game, but I was worried if I could really follow through. Not anymore though. Now I can do it, you. Lord Neko has joined our ranks. Oh, just because of that reason? I certainly do place great faith in him. He does strike me as trustworthy, seeing as he's the legend who saved the ship, but apparently that's not why. He got nothing to do with Legends or any of that shit. I mean, knew him way before all that, yo. Trust him because I know he's a good guy. Even though he also had to have his character development in the first game. And it went kind of slow at first. Kind of like, you know, in the first Doctor Who story, the first Doctor almost killed someone just so that he would, like the rest of his traveling companions, would stop caring about him and trying to heal that person. Well, that changed quickly enough. It is a wondrous sight to behold, the fruit from friendship born. You know, I'm not even sure if she really was speaking like that from the start of the game. Maybe she's also been having like a much subtler and much more deflected character development arc than some of the other characters I've had. Well, you know what we gotta do when we come by this place. Gotta check if there's anything new, and apparently there is not anything new after all, so on to Cat Street. But not before we run into, well, what a big surprise. Well, she's kind of being obscured by the tree right now, but still. Don't you know it? There she is. Or at least her spooky ghost doppelganger. Gonna butter me up again today. Figure before you is nothing more than noise, yeah. It is not Lady Cannon. That is not Lady Cannon. I already said that, but it was, yeah, slightly different phrasing that time. That is not Lady Cannon. I mean, we can only say this so many times. We can only up the ante so many times, but I guess that was enough. I mean, there is a character development that's at least partially expressed by the fact that she didn't want to even address Fred at the beginning. And now stuff like this is happening.
Don't do anything stupid.
Leave it to me.
Yes, a legendary one.
Toy. Oh shit. We are officially out of... wait, is there a wolf around? Oh yeah, there are actually two wolves that I haven't even properly noticed before, so... It shows that I evidently made the wrong focus at first when I didn't immediately target them and went for the jellyfish instead. I mean, I also don't want the jellyfish to multiply. That part is, I guess, something that's gonna play into it as well, but... I feel like the wolves are definitely more of a hazard in the whole aspect of this type of noise can affect us with.
Oh yeah, we win!
I ain't having none of that shit,
I guess.
to put it succinctly. Well, it's done. Do we have anything more to say? Do we have anything more to face before we get to our objective? Maybe not. Never thought I'd have you talking to me, let alone pulling for me like that, well. I always figured you kinda hated me or something. It's true, I admit, that I struggle to get along with creatures of your affinity. That being said, through our shared travails I have come to see beyond the surface, yeah, I mean that does help, the actual... I mean it happened kinda quickly now that I think about it, but Fred also did have his own character arc thing. Would like to believe I have discerned the true you. Permit me to demonstrate. Lady Cannon was your bias as we Illustranics might say. As such, it is perfectly natural that her passing would affect you so deeply. And for it to happen so suddenly, your despair doubtless runs deep. Times you could just tell that. There is much to be learned by observing one's actions, even without delving into their mind. Yeah, I have simply observed you for the past few weeks, then drawn conclusions based on what I have seen. You truly wish to know? Well then, I have concluded you are in fact human. Humanity is the difference between making an effort to understand those around oneself versus viewing them merely as resources to be consumed. Humanity is the difference between trying to understand opinions and values divergent from one's own versus scoffing and dismissing them as meritless. Humanity is the difference between being fraught with fear when facing others versus being blackly unconcerned with others altogether. We cannot have to wonder if that's something that she had in mind from the beginning, though. And now, having discerned your humanity, I can safely infer that in this moment, you are suffering a great deal of pain. I thought you had such a good read on me. It's actually kind of amazing, to be honest. Perhaps. I am simply aware of the importance of communication. And I take great pains to ensure my interactions with others remain as peaceful as possible. Asking questions, gauging responses, reacting aptly, well, except in that alternative timeline at the day when we first met her, when she just decided to torture us. I leverage every element at my disposal. Action, words, emojis, anything at all to ensure everyone feels welcome. Maybe. There's a skill that can be practiced and honed like any other. No need to rely on special powers. Twink wink. I mean, you know how I said a while ago that these games aren't really like spell things hadn't dropped anvils. I feel like this is the closest that this one has come to doing that. Got a little lost for a second there, as expected, but it's really amazing that you can do all that even though I'm pretty sure that she just said all that to show that anyone can do that. Admire the ease with which you can carry on a conversation with anyone and everyone. I simply struggle to get along well with creatures of your type. Well, yeah, that comes back to that. She couldn't just have said all that she just said before, I guess is the implication there. Maybe I'll try out that fancy strategy game or whatever it's called that you're talking about. Oh boy, I shan't hold you back even though it's... yeah. Well, speaking of that again. Thing is not getting spelled out. I'm gonna spell out the fact that it's probably supposed to be an Otome thing. And that may or may not fall into line with his own interests, but surely that's a story left for another day. Well, we finally made it to Cat Street.
Sure.
Think we're going where I think you think we're going, then yes, oh boy. That will be seeing any Future Age. Yeah, we've been here a whole bunch of times. And we haven't even made any mention, I haven't even made any mention of the coffee shop that used to be here, run by Honeycomb. He's probably long gone by now, but we're not gonna see him. We're not gonna see him. We'll be meeting up with my Reaper friend there, so what, I guess the locale might still be around, even though we haven't seen anything that would actually look like that, I don't think.
Let's move.
And well, it is who I thought it was, after all, it seems. Let's see what happens after this, to see if I'm just gonna, like, keep playing or just let this be the end. Hey, it's Underground. Another song making a comeback from the first game. And also this character making a comeback from, well, I think technically the first time that she was revealed in any of these games at all was not, it certainly wasn't Final Remix, it was, like the fucking mobile version of the first game, Solo Remix, and it wasn't even technically a character there. It was just like an excuse to be a gateway to microtransactions, but then Final Remix came along and she turned out to be an actual character. Like, I wanted to see your Freelias neither. Yeah, Beat would have been around for that too. Alright, so this is, well, I guess he's not gonna get to finish that introduction on his own terms. And yeah, she wasn't quite this filled up before, when she showed up in any versions of the first game that she did show up in. Most adorable Reaper slash fur princess in all of Shibuya. Kuroko Atarashi. If you aren't careful, I'll charm you to death. But yeah, she did a few things in the first game or in Final Remix that weren't exactly resolved all that great. All I got out of that was that she was a Shibuya Reaper. But apparently Neko knows more about what happened after that. The reason Coco did what she did, why she shot me, why she tricked us both, why she tried dragging us into the UG 3 years ago, was to save Shinjuku.
Hey.
How does that work? Couldn't possibly sit back and allow Shinjuku to be destroyed.
Can it?
OMFG!
I mean, that does raise questions on the details behind that. Why did she try to shoot him? Why did she unleash the giant tapir noise? Talk about a touching reunion. Well, Coco was really desperate to save Shinjuku from being destroyed.
Huh?
Which, I mean, that also just raises the question of how she knew that Shinjuku was going to be destroyed. I cried for help from my dear friend in Shinjuku. She told me the situation was quite bleak, which is why I pulled the Popper and Prince in to help me out. But we were too late. Okay, so that happened like right at the end of the first game after all. The inversion. She's in no state to speak with us at the moment, so who is this friend that's being referred to? I have a feeling we're gonna have to find out. She used to be a Reaper, but she was back to being a player 3 years ago. Was Shinjuku's sole survivor aside from the Reapers, that is. Once she crossed over, she became a Reaper again. At least I think so. I guess we're not gonna hear her name right now, unless that's literally her. Oh boy. Wait, what? Hold on. Did I just accidentally click past? And maybe in similarly dire straits. Wait, no, what did she say before that, though? Given the sorry state of this little fellow, I fear my friend might be in similarly dire straits. So what? Hold on, let me dial this back a little bit, because what was she saying before her, or about her before? Save Shinjuku, yada yada yada, but... My dear friend... She used to be a Reaper, but she was back to being a player 3 years ago, so she played as a player in the last game in Shinjuku. And once she crossed over, she became a Reaper again. And apparently she has the Mr. Mew toy, which may or may not be the same Mr. Mew toy from the first game that Shiki had. I've been waiting for that to be addressed for quite a long time, as you might imagine.
Yeah.
How do you know about Gatonero, Will? Didn't you notice the giant fucking letters on his sleeve when he first came in? And he's gonna deny it too, even though he's literally wearing something from that brand. You know Mr. Mew, which is literally Gatonero. Unless you're wearing it right now, yeah, like I just said. It's like the most popular brand. And you're a big fan. Oh wow, this is wild. When did Mr. Mew get so popular?
What?
I heard that name somewhere before. You know who I'm talking about, right? Definitely have, although you've never been very good at remembering it. It's the stuffed animal that Shiki made.
Sure.
He was my first partner back when I was playing the game. She controlled this little guy with her mind and used him to fight the noise. And apparently some of the specials that she used along with Neku in that game were straight up brought back for the fight against Tsugumi before. You kind of have to, yeah, kind of have to wonder what the connection between those two characters is supposed to be. Her work has been keeping her away. Ooh, Shiki? Wait, what? Okay, so he was talking about Shiki here. Work has been keeping her away from Shibuya. Until she returns, speaking with Tsugumi is all but impossible. So there is some kind of connection between Shiki and Tsugumi. What exactly can she fix, Mr. Mew? I mean, do we have to fix Mr. Mew?
Ew.
Thought you would have known all about her situation, seeing as you're Shinjuku Reaper. This doll contains Tsugumi's heart and soul. Really. This poor dear is in tatters, which is why she can't get through to us. Try as we might, communicating with her now is almost impossible. She's the only one who knows what really happened back in Shinjuku. Okay, so I guess this is the reason why it was significant that she was the pretty much the first hint that we ever got about the fact that that this game was ever gonna come out. All the way back when Solo Remix became a thing. If we can get her to tell us about it, we might be able to stop it from happening here in Shibuya too. Ooh. I might have an idea. Do you think you can dive in there into the cat and talk to her? Oh boy. Sounds like you got some pretty impressive powers, Nagi. Try to dive inside a doll. Well, I mean, if it contains someone's mind and soul, then maybe it would work. I have ever so many questions for you to relay, oh boy. Is there anything we should be wary of? Be a dear and ask her for your favorite fur prints as well. I'm just gonna go ahead and react like that and make a face like that after that, like, heartfelt conversation that she had just one scene ago. It appears I have no choice in the matter. To dive into a mind such as this, to see all the burdens she must bear, this shall be quite the undertaking. My dad shut them down. It sounds like we're gonna have to do something like that probably as a... Wait, is it an actual dive, like, where we have to fight noise, or is it just gonna be another one of these dialogue scenes? Because... I guess it is just gonna be another dialogue scene. Well, let's witness this.
Huh?
Is that Tsugumi? I guess it must be, given that we have a visual aid for that. We can hear what she's thinking now that we're inside her mind. If she were taken over by noise, then we'd have to fight him at some point, but... Do we have to do it now? Oh boy. I was kind of hoping to, like, stop this right before I had to take any more action, but... We might have to have some noise encounters before we're able to do that. get to a point where we can actually wrap things up. Oh dear. Okay, well, don't know who put it in here, but we're taking it out. Which also sounds like a pretty good thing to quote out of context. Yeah, this isn't gonna be like the chapter boss, right? Oh my god, it is gonna be the chapter boss. I guess this means that this turned out to be a
intimidating much?
somewhat surprisingly brief chapter, though. Oh. Let's just break away from attacking for a moment so we can... Okay, let's back off. Really don't wanna be hit by this dude. Oh shit, oh fuck. Okay, fine. Should probably also trigger the frogs first. Seems like it would probably be an advisable thing.
Well done. I got it. I can tell. It's over. You're done for.
Yeah, it's probably not a great thing that we can't really see what the elephant's doing at this point, but... Well, let's go ahead and pop this now.
You ready?
Wasn't sure if we were gonna be like restricted from doing the 300 thing during this fight. Because we were like stuck at 299 for a moment there, but... I suppose it was just me being facetious. Okay. He's gonna do the laser thing, I saw that one coming. Okay. Let's avoid the laser blasts if we can, even though it seemed like, okay, it weren't like any actual laser blasts right after he actually set them up, but I guess they just took a moment to come out. Okay, back away. Oh jeez, we're being assailed by the fucking lasers and also by the shockwave there. So I think it's a great look.
You ready?
But at least we always have this to fall back onto. Is gonna be enough to finish off the boss? Probably not. I just feel like every time I do end up using this move in the, like during a boss fight like this, it always turns out to only take like half of the boss's health away tops, which is not too bad in the grand scheme of things, but...
Not bad, I'd say.
Well, I don't know. Because it makes more sense for you to do that than to actually be able to finish off the boss just straight off.
Not bad. That was easy.
Oh shit, we're actually getting hit now. Getting hit just a few seconds before we're just able to finish obliterating the boss then. Not sure how I feel about the prospect of having to farm an elephant plague noise later on, but...
Off days.
Well, at least we got the riled up ribbon this time. Does that mean that the rest of this is going to be voiced?
Did we do it?
Oh boy.
So. Whoa, boss. You look like you're gonna pass out.
'Tis as if every last droplet of my energy has been sapped.
But it paid off. Thanks, Nagi. Can you keep us in here a little longer? I want to talk to Tsugumi now that the noise is gone, but I don't think we can communicate with her from the outside while Mr. Mew's all torn up. This might be our only chance to chat for now. Think you can manage, Nagi?
Of course, I shall maintain our connection.
Thank you. I appreciate you going out of your way to help me.
Tsugumi.
You're the one who called out to me and showed me the future, aren't you?
Wait, the future? You mean like all those visions I keep getting?
Oh, so you saw them too.
You're right. It was I who sent those visions out into the world. And it seems you two received them. I pick up signals sent by your future selves, and relay those signals to you as warnings here in the present.
So those visions are from me.
Huh? Future me did what in the wind now?
Shush! I'll dumb it down for you later.
But why show us the future like that?
To help you survive, but also to help you save the city from Shiba.
Now that Shinjuku's gone, Shibuya's his next target.
Yes. The noise he spawned are capable of phasing between the UG and the RG, eroding the barrier between planes, little by little, every time they do.
Eventually, the barrier shatters. That's what happened in Shinjuku, and that's what triggered the inversion.
Inversion? Like, it got turned upside down?
More like the UG and RG fused into one, effectively canceling each other out. I saw it happen in Shinjuku, but there's no way a regular Reaper could pull that off. That's the work of a higher power.
Indeed, it's dissonance, just like Shiba's abilities.
Dissonance?
It defies the rules of reality. You came to the UG without dying. But neither a player nor a Reaper could have made that happen. That's dissonance.
But if not a player or a Reaper, then who?
Does that mean that Shiba was the composer of
What's
Shinjuku?
going on here? This is above even the Game Master's pay grade. Only the composer could deal with a royal mess like this.
Which for some reason I didn't think of specifically suspecting before.
From then.
I'm sorry, but I don't know. I wish I did. I nearly got erased trying to find out. All I know for sure is that this dissonance is very real.
And that dissonance is what destroyed Shinjuku. Thanks. You've been a big help. Good thing you're hanging on, even if it's by a thread. If it weren't for Mr. Mew, you might have been erased by now.
Yeah. Listen, Rindo, Neku, I'm glad you two were able to receive my messages, but they weren't just warnings for your sake. They were also my way of asking for your help. I wasn't able to save Shinjuku, but it isn't too late to save Shibuya. I don't know what's going to happen to me. There's a very real chance I might be trapped in this doll forever. So please, do what I can't.
Don't worry, we will. That's a promise. And once Shiki makes it back to Shibuya, we'll get you out of here.
That's very kind. Good luck out there.
It's a bit of an awkward face no matter what the context, but...
Welcome back! So, how did it go? Were you able to speak with her?
Yeah.
Splendiferous! And is my darling his friend alright? What did she say?
She's fine. She didn't have all the answers, but it's a start. Shiba's gotta go, that's for sure. But it sounds like taking him down will be tough.
How am I supposed to help?
Aw, if only I could have spoken to her myself.
You can talk later. She's not going anywhere.
Even when I see what's going to happen.
Just gotta wait till Shiki shows up. She'll get things fixed up, yo.
We'll find her once this is all over.
I still wind up having to start over anyway.
Hell yeah, we will.
Gotta save Shibuya first, though.
Is that because of the dissonance, too?
Otherwise, we'll have nowhere to meet up. Right, Rendo?
Huh?
We can't let Shibuya get destroyed, like it did in that vision.
Oh, yeah, right. Even if it does get destroyed, maybe I'll get a second shot at avoiding that too. Don't want that to become our future.
You probably shouldn't rely on that, I get the feeling.
What about?
Oh yeah, this character.
Left on red.
I'm still pretty much convinced he's gonna turn out to be Rhyme. Based on that one scene with that one vision.
I was woefully unprepared. I failed to anticipate today would be so taxing.
You took it like a champ, boss. It must really wear you out, though. You know? Jumping into people's minds like that?
Harnessing my powers is simply a matter of adducing information from others, then using it to create a more complete picture of another's mind within my own. It is not particularly detrimental to me, at least not in any insurmountable sense.
Oh, really?
Nay, what I truly struggle with is the pressure.
Ah, so that's what it is.
I tend to perform my worst precisely when it is most critical I succeed.
It is a bad habit I cannot seem to correct.
Not sure that's something you can help, though.
Perhaps not.
Well, hey, at least it worked out this time.
Shiba changed. He wasn't always like this. Not until 3 years ago, at least. What happened?
did happen. Even if it turns out that Shiba was somehow secretly the composer of Shinjuku all along. Which does seem like it's the implication there. Did he also somehow get influenced by somebody else to become evil? You gotta wonder. Oh boy. So I did end up completing 3 days, pretty much, on this stream. The Wicked Twisters are still at it, but not for long. Okay, it's time to flip them for good. Hey bro. About tomorrow's game. Oh boy, is there somebody else that we haven't seen yet somehow? You gotta keep bringing that up. Wait, is that Shiki somehow? I mean, that's... It seems like it could be. Okay, so I'm guessing that he's talking to somebody else who is not this other person that's being shown here. Yeah, I'm back, unless that's either Shiki or Rhyme, I'm thinking. I don't remember if this is the same appearance as that person that we saw some time back. That I pretty much figured that would turn out to be Rhyme. But yeah, that could either be Rhyme or like actual real-world Shiki, which was like only very briefly seen for like just one frame that didn't even show her face at the end of the first game in the credits.
What was that?
The hell's going on up there?
Up where? Where's here?
No way. This can't be real. Is that Shibuya?
What about Shibuya? What's gonna happen to the city? Today's future is looking pretty grim. Let's just hope turning back time will do the trick. Which reminds me, what was it Minamimoto said about those noise that show up when I use my powers? The set doesn't match the... something. Wait a sec.
That kind of exponential power isn't meant to be wielded by a mere player.
Does that mean...
You came to the UG without dying. But neither a player nor a Reaper could have made that happen. That's dissonance.
I've been...
Sup, Rin dude? We gonna track down that lunatic Shiba today?
Guess so.
Oh, great. Here come the morning announcements.
Greetings, sheeple of Shibuya. Got some red-hot news for you. I see yesterday's gifts reached you safe and sound. Did they bring back any warm memories?
More like the worst memories, jerk.
And now we've reached the penultimate day, which may prove to be Shibuya's penultimate day as well. But you won't find out what tomorrow brings unless you survive what I have in store for you today. You'll have to go through the fire if you want to save this forsaken city. So be my guest. Give it a shot if you think you can handle the heat. Only a matter of time until the city's flame gets snuffed, though. And with that, I bid you adieu.
Man, I am so ready for all this to be over.
Me too.
Me three, bro! To tell you the truth, I'm getting sick of all these rematches. I'm ready to pack up the board and bounce.
Susukichi!
So, I hear you discs found Neku for real this time. Let me get a good look at him. Ain't that something?
What's the matter? You scared, yo? Looks like Neku's got you shaking in your shoes, hater skater.
There you go again. Some discs never change.
Since when did he skate?
He doesn't. Beat misunderstood and offered to go around on his board.
So you're the legendary Neku. A real frontier disc by the looks of it. I can see why the boss wanted to meet you so bad.
So what? You just come here to look? Or was you here for a fight too? Cause if you want it, you got it, yo.
I'm not making any loud moves. Not this time. I was just hoping you discs would play a little game with me.
I feel like I've heard that before.
He said something similar shortly after I joined.
And shortly after that, he made complete fools of us.
We fell right into his trap.
What a tool. Hate to break it to you, big guy, but we're gonna have to take a rain check. Only game we've got time for right now is the game.
What's in it for us? What happens if we win? You gonna give us a prize or something?
Sharp as ever, Shoka. Here's the deal. If you win, I'll get you discs a meeting with the boss.
You'll take us to Shiba?
I mean, you got no clue where he is, right? Well, it's gonna stay that way if you don't play along. And there's no telling what had happened to this region then. You just ain't got any other moves you can make, so what do you say?
Hey, Rindo.
Yeah?
I think we should play along. Even I don't know where Shiba is. And we don't have time to waste looking for him.
Can we really trust him, though?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright.
Fine. Game on, Suzukichi.
Guess you've developed a little competitive spirit after all. Let's get started then! Unless any of you discs want to go against your leader. Bada boom! Well, I hope you like hide and seek, 'cause you're it! Again? Try to have some fun with it, and don't keep me waiting too long. Your move, Wicked Twisters.
He just vanished!
Shiba said things were heating up. He must have sent the noise. Suzukichi's using it to hide again, the same way he did last week. We've got to find him quick. Come on.
Yeah, let's get moving. The sooner we find him, the better.
Was he using the noise to hide before? I thought that he was just like moving around relatively quickly and the other Reapers were just like creating diversions rather than just being some kind of weird teleportation, but feels like maybe, just maybe, that's the implication there. You already made it to the Scramble Crossing. Are we in Oregawa right now? His pictorial prowess seems to have improved at least. Maybe. It's far less blurry than before. Maybe he's been practicing. I mean, what better thing to focus on with the state of affairs being what it is right now, but yeah. Even that I somehow have managed to make it to the... oh boy. Apparently the penultimate day of the game, I would presume. We're gonna be leaving things off in just a second here, but first... we can't possibly do that without first taking a look at the Psycho records. Where we're apparently gonna be able to, yep, get this record, which is just gonna be...
Thanks! Come back soon!
As it says right there, just a complete reiteration of Twister from the first game. No major alterations or anything. And yeah, I get the feeling that we might be about to get to the point where we can reach... wait, what? Hold on. Oh yeah, I guess we are about to get to the point where we can reach this dude's affinity thing to get yet another Uber Pin unlock, which would pretty much unlock the rest of these people's... well, these other two people's affinity things as well, which apparently have been theoretically available for quite a while, since week 2, but this guy's been in the way the whole time. Based on the fact that we're gonna get apparently a new side quest on this day. We got like 1 people to add on to the... yeah. At least one other person that we don't have on here yet to add on. And presumably we're gonna... we got at least 1 more noise added to the noise report from the previous day. Well, really more than 1. There's also this one to take into consideration. And Hardcore Puffer. And probably a few more that I've been not aware of because I haven't been like checking the noise symbols quite as extensively as I did before. And this one, Plague Packy. And I guess that probably would be it for now. Yeah, we don't know what's beyond this point at the moment. I don't think we really want to mess with the pins right now either, except maybe that one, yeah. That one got mastered pretty quick. I'm just gonna swap this out for something. Maybe this. Oh, this is another Guardian Glaives thing. And we did actually make a not negligible trade for that one, so I might as well go ahead and take advantage of that. But with all this having been said, and with the current circumstances having been reached, I feel like this is finally gonna be a good time for me to go ahead and save and call it there. I made it to 51% completion, even though we're about to beat the story mode. Because yeah, if I know these games, all 2 of them that are in existence right now, including this one, it's probably gonna be quite a fair bit to do. That's gonna be a fairly grindy affair once we actually get done with the story. Which, to be fair, I am also pretty much looking forward to, and say with considerable certainty. But first we gotta finish the story, which I'm thinking at this point I wasn't sure, because I wasn't really planning to finish it one day that I did finish just now. That did end up taking less time than I was expecting. That did turn out to be a bit more straightforward than I thought it would be. But we did make it to the penultimate day, meaning that I will probably aim to try and finish this game tomorrow. At least the story mode, like I said. There'll be plenty more in it for me after the fact, but for now we're gonna go ahead and head out, call things for now, and bring back the playlist for just a little bit more of this here crosscode track. Should probably work on expanding this particular iTunes playlist that I have. Probably with the same kind of quote-unquote dedication that I've been expanding the like Chase wishlist playlist that I put in the bot, which I'm pretty sure I talked about a while ago, but we all know how bad my memory for all sorts of things is. But what I'm trying to basically hint at when I say that is that I probably want to, at some point or another, put some TWEWY soundtrack songs on here. See exactly how that's gonna be picked up by the copyright robots. I can't imagine that it would be such a big deal, but then again, it is like Square Enix, so you never know. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna be returning to this tomorrow to ostensibly try and beat the story mode, but for now, and also probably do something on Friday. I guess I might as well try to have a chat. That's a bit more concrete about what that may or may not be, but I mean, hopefully I don't forget. It's also just what I could encapsulate my feelings on the matter as. But for now, if you would be willing to stick around for just a little bit longer, I might. This might be a good time for me to try for a quick raid at somebody. I see a few people that are alive right now. We got Suitsia, who I had raided once before, doing Final Fantasy XI. We got Alex the Red doing Splitgate. A name which I am not terribly familiar with, but which makes me a little bit curious. We got Somniati Streams, whom I don't think I mentioned here before, apparently doing incredibly large spoilers in Persona 4, which is a game that I may or may not try to at least take a look at on stream sometimes, so I mean, probably not that, but that's a cool stream. Dropped by there a few times now. Got Avery doing Portal 2 and a few other people, but I think what I probably will try to do right now, if y'all would be willing to join me for just a little longer, would be to throw a quick raid at our old friend Alex the Red, who, as I mentioned, is apparently playing Slipgate, a game that I will have to very quickly do some quick research on so I can figure out what it is, but by the looks of things it seems to be some kind of a first-person shooter, maybe competitive one. Had fun, good fun stream, yeah, it was a fun time. And yeah, hopefully you all will be able to also join me tomorrow for the conclusion of TWEWY, which will lead into whatever we do on Friday, and also will lead into the this very same time next week being used by me, hopefully having been able to figure out how I'm even gonna set up that Dark Souls rando, but I'm gonna have to get to that myself in due time. Oh boy, it's gonna be interesting, but yeah, I'll be dealing with all that in due time. But for now, I will say what I say most of the time. And this will be one of those times, which is, you'll take it easy. I thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting, always great whenever people chat. Thanks to Burn and Lambda, wink wink, for the raids earlier, and I will be seeing you later.